Stop scrolling for a moment and listen. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you because there is a word reserved for you. And you alone. This is not for the crowd, not for the many, but for the marked ones who carry destiny in their bones. You have felt it all your life, an invisible difference that set you apart. Even when you wished to blend in, you could never fit into the mold of the world because you were not designed for the world's mold. You were designed for the kingdom. Every rejection you faced, every time you were misunderstood, every moment you felt alone, it was not random. It was training. Heaven was writing your story in fire, chiseling your spirit in silence, and preparing you to rise when others fall. You are awakening to the truth. You are chosen. Listen carefully. This moment is not coincidence. You didn't stumble here because of an algorithm or by accident. Heaven orchestrated this encounter because God is calling you back into remembrance of who you truly are. Deep down, you've always known you were different. You sensed it when your spirit stirred in places others were comfortable. You recognized it when darkness hated your presence without cause. You noticed it when you carried burdens heavier than your years. The truth is, your very existence carries weight in the unseen. When you walk through valleys others fear, you are never walking alone. Heaven has assigned angels to guard your steps, even when you were unaware of their presence. Every attack that should have destroyed you was intercepted by divine hands. You survived because survival was never optional for you. Your calling required it. Now the Spirit whispers that it is time to move from merely surviving into thriving, from merely existing into fulfilling, from being hidden into being revealed. The mantle on your life is stirring for release. Chosen one, can you feel the stirring? That gentle burning in your spirit is not emotion. It is confirmation. The world tried to label you, define you, and reduce you to their expectations. But God has already stamped you with His eternal identity. You were chosen before the foundation of the earth, set apart for a mission that no one else can complete. This is why compromise never satisfied you. This is why sin left you empty. Your soul was not designed to be filled by fleeting pleasures. It was created to overflow with living water that never runs dry. Listen with the ears of your spirit. The delays, the detours, the disappointments were not punishments, but preparation. You were hidden because you were holy, and God never exposes what He has not yet refined. The years others called wasted were years God called incubation. He was shaping endurance in you, molding faith in you, teaching you to rely on His strength alone. Now, the seal of heaven rests upon you, and doors are opening that no man can shut. Chosen one, you are stepping into a season where the evidence of God's hand will become undeniable to all. You are not here by mistake. You are marked, and the call upon your life cannot be erased. As the prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21, how long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow Him. This is your moment of decision. Heaven is confronting your heart, not to condemn you, but to awaken you. The Spirit is saying, no more double life, no more compromise, no more running. Chosen one, let me remind you, the pain you endured did not destroy you because you were never meant to break. The sleepless nights, the hidden tears, the silent battles, they became the soil in which your calling has been planted. You thought you were being buried, but in reality, you were being sown. And what is sown by God cannot remain hidden. It must rise. Feel the weight of these words. You are awakening to destiny. The enemy tried to convince you you'd never make it. He whispered lies of defeat, of worthlessness, of shame. But the very fact that you are here, alive, breathing, and listening to this message is proof he failed. Proof that you are stronger than the storm you endured. Proof that you are an overcomer. And listen closely, your story is not ending in defeat. Your story is being rewritten by the author of eternity. You are stepping into a season where clarity replaces confusion, where divine alignment replaces chaos, where purpose silences despair. This is not the end, it is the awakening. Beloved chosen one, your light terrifies darkness. You may not see it, but every time you walk into a room, spiritual atmospheres shift. Hell trembles when you wake up in the morning, because you carry the very presence of the Almighty inside of you. This is why the battles you faced were so fierce. It was never about your weakness, but about your potential. The enemy saw what you carry before you even understood it yourself. But hear me, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. The fire you endured has purified, not destroyed. The waters you nearly drowned in have cleansed, not consumed. And the voice of God is thundering over you today, declaring, you are chosen. You are anointed. You are unstoppable. Chosen one, don't ignore this call. Don't dismiss this moment. Heaven is watching for your response. Right now is a prophetic crossroad. You can choose distraction, or you can choose destiny. And destiny demands a response. If your spirit bears witness with this message, I invite you to act. Don't just listen in silence. Declare it openly. Take a step of faith. Comment below the prophetic number 777, the sign of divine completion and heavenly sealing, as your public declaration that you recognize this word is for you. And if you haven't yet, subscribe, like, and share this message so others marked by heaven may awaken too. This is your time. Your awakening has begun. You are not like the rest. You are chosen. Chosen one. Lean in, because what I am about to speak is not surface talk. This is marrow deep, soul-engraved truth that only those who carry heaven's fingerprints can bear to hear. You carry divine difference. The evidence of that difference has followed you from the time you were young. You always noticed the invisible line between yourself and others, even when you tried to fit into their circles. You never fully belonged. The laughter that satisfied them left you restless. The paths they called success felt shallow to you. You carried a hidden knowing, an inner whisper. You were set apart. The Spirit has been pointing to this difference, not to isolate you, but to awaken you. You have been marked by God's own choosing, and the mark is irreversible. The reason people misunderstood you was not because you were flawed, but because you were favored. Favor does not always appear as applause. Sometimes it arrives in the form of resistance. When doors closed in your face, it was not rejection, it was divine redirection. When they overlooked you, it was not accident, it was protection. Heaven's orchestration has been at work all along, steering you away from what could dilute your anointing. Think of the moments you cried out in secret, asking why the weight of life felt heavier on you than on others. Those weren't punishments, They were indicators. You were carrying a mantle that required deeper endurance. Many fold under pressure, but pressure revealed the jewel within you. The burden was heavy, yes, but it carved resilience into your spirit. Your difference is not random, it is the currency of your destiny. Chosen one, you must understand that the difference you carry is light, and light does not negotiate with darkness. Wherever you walk, environments cannot remain neutral. People either draw closer to you because of the light, or they push you away because the light in you exposes what they hide. This is why certain friendships could not last, why some circles became too small for you, why the old version of yourself began to suffocate you. You were never designed to stay in cages that others felt comfortable in. You were built for open heavens, for higher realms, for divine assignments. The writings of David in the Psalms remind us of this truth. Chapter 23, verse 4. Even though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and staff comfort. These words echo across centuries to confirm that difference always carries presence. God's nearness to you is the reason you survived valleys that should have buried you. His presence walked beside you when everyone else abandoned you. The comfort you felt in moments you could not explain was the shepherd's whisper, guiding and guarding. You, chosen one, are evidence that God does not leave his marked ones undefended. Look back at your story. How many times did danger surround you, yet you came out untouched? How many nights did despair press close, yet morning found you standing? How many situations should have silenced you, yet here you are alive, breathing, receiving this word? That is not coincidence. That is covenant. The covenant of divine difference means that your life is not at the mercy of circumstance, but under the shadow of the Almighty. Your difference carries weight not just for yourself, but for generations. The calling on your life is not limited to your personal journey, it is generational. What you break, your bloodline will not battle again. What you establish, your descendants will inherit. This is why the warfare against you has been so relentless. The enemy sees further than you sometimes do. He knows that your obedience will dismantle curses and establish blessings beyond your lifetime. He fears your yes, because your yes will echo into eternity. Chosen one, lean into this truth. The uniqueness of your walk is not to be resented, but to be embraced. The things that make you different are the very things that make you dangerous to darkness. Your compassion that feels too heavy, your discernment that seems too sharp, your hunger that feels unquenchable. These are not flaws. They are weapons. They are proof of heaven's investment in you. Stop trying to mute your difference just to be accepted. The world does not need another copy. It needs your authentic, chosen identity. Yes, you have felt lonely, but loneliness is often the classroom of the chosen. When no one else stood with you, God was teaching you to lean on his voice. When you felt misunderstood, he was refining your ability to hear him clearly. When you walked alone, he was proving that you were never truly alone. What you perceived as isolation was actually consecration. You were being separated, not abandoned. And hear me, the mark of divine difference will not fade. You can try to hide it, drown it, or silence it, but it will burn within you until you surrender. You may succeed for a moment in pretending you are like everyone else, but sooner or later, the spirit within you will rise and remind you, you are chosen. Chosen one. Remember the days you thought your prayers went unheard. The silence of heaven was not absence, it was shaping. God was anchoring your faith in something deeper than feelings. He was writing endurance into your story, so that when your breakthrough comes, you will not only carry the blessing but also the weight of glory that comes with it. He trusted you with silence because he knew you could handle it. And now, the Spirit whispers again, your difference is your destiny. Do not curse it. Do not trade it for temporary acceptance. Do not bury it under fear or comparison. You are called to stand out, not blend in, to lead, not follow, to carry a mantle that others are not assigned. The world may not understand you, but heaven has already affirmed you. The crown upon your life is invisible to men, but undeniable in the Spirit. Chosen one, lift your head. Walk in the truth of who you are. Your difference is not a mistake. It is the signature of the divine. Chosen one. The weight you carried was not light, and it was never meant to be ignored. From your earliest days, you sensed that your journey was heavier than most. You felt the sting of battles that others seemed to walk past, untouched. You bore responsibilities beyond your years, questions no one else dared ask, and a pressure that bent but never broke you. This heaviness was not punishment, it was preparation. Heaven trusted you with the fire because you were destined to carry authority forged in the flames. Do you realize the significance of what you endured? Every tear that burned your cheeks in silence, every night when you couldn't sleep because the pain seemed louder than your prayers, every moment when loneliness pressed so close it felt suffocating, all of it became training. Soldiers are not prepared in comfort, they are prepared in struggle. And you, chosen one, are heaven's soldier. The burden you carried taught you strength you didn't know you had. You discovered that even when you felt weakest, you still stood. When others mocked or abandoned you, you kept walking. When betrayal cut deep, you refused to let bitterness define you. The scars you bear today are not signs of defeat, but proof of survival. They are badges of honor, evidence that you stood where others would have fallen. Think carefully. The weight you carried was also a filter. It separated those who could walk with you from those who could not. Some left your side, and though it hurt, it was necessary. God did not want them to dilute the oil on your life. The heavier the calling, the fewer companions you can carry. This is not rejection, it is refinement. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 13, "No temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, he will also provide a way out so that you can endure it." These words are a mirror of your life. You endured more than most because heaven knew you could carry more than most. Chosen one, you must not despise the weight. The oil you now carry flows only because you were pressed. Grapes do not produce wine until they are crushed. Olives do not release oil until they are squeezed. And you could not step into authority until you endured the pressing of life. Your trials were not designed to destroy you, but to extract the greatness hidden within you. The unseen battles you fought when nobody knew, when nobody encouraged, when nobody cheered, were your most important victories, because it is in the secret place, in the midnight wrestling, that giants are slain long before public triumphs are seen. David did not first kill Goliath in the valley, he killed lions and bears in silence, with no one watching. So too, your victories in the hidden seasons prepared you for victories that will one day be visible to nations. But understand this, the weight you carried was not only for your sake, it was intercession. You stood in the gap for your family, for your bloodline, for people who may never even thank you. Generational curses tried to continue through you, but you bore the burden, broke the chain. And now, blessings will flow to those who come after you. The prayers you whispered in exhaustion carried the power to shift destinies beyond your own. And here is the beauty. The very weight that once bent your shoulders is becoming your crown. The heaviness that felt unbearable is transforming into authority. The fire you endured is now fuel for your anointing. What was once your pain will soon be your platform. Beloved chosen one. The enemy tried to convince you that the weight was too much, that you should give up, that no one saw your struggle. But the truth is, God saw every moment, every sigh, every tear, every whispered prayer. It was all collected in heaven's jars. Not one moment of your pain was wasted. Every second has been transformed into purpose. I must pause here and speak directly to you. Comment. I still stand. Declare it. Let the world, let heaven, let hell itself hear you say it. Why? Because your declaration is not just words, it is warfare. It is testimony. It is a reminder that despite everything, you remain. And by writing those words, you agree with heaven's truth. You are not broken. You are not finished. You are still standing. Chosen one. Your journey proves that you are stronger than the storms, braver than the fears, and more resilient than the scars. You did not survive by accident, you survived because purpose demanded it. And now, with every step forward, you carry authority purchased through struggle. Do not despise your scars. They are not blemishes, they are blueprints. They tell the story of a warrior who refused to quit. They remind darkness that it failed to destroy you. And they inspire others to believe that they too can rise from the ashes. Your scars are sermons, preaching louder than words ever could. Let this truth settle deep in your spirit. The weight you carried was never wasted. It shaped you. It stretched you. It strengthened you. And now, you walk in a measure of authority that only comes through survival. You are dangerous to darkness because you carry proof that storms end, chains break, and the chosen rise. So, lift your head high. Chosen one. Step forward without shame. You have been tested, and you have not been found lacking. The heavens applaud you. Not because you were perfect, but because you endured. Your story is still unfolding, and its next chapter will reveal the glory behind the weight you carried. Chosen one, there is something you must understand. Your very existence shines as light, and light cannot be ignored. It does not matter whether you recognize it fully yet or not. The moment you walk into a space, the unseen world reacts. Darkness senses your presence. Even when people do not, demonic strongholds shift uneasily. Conversations change, and hearts stir, because the Spirit of God within you confronts what is hidden. This is why you have often been met with resistance for no logical reason. It is not your personality that unsettles them. It is your light. You see, darkness cannot remain comfortable where light dwells. Light exposes, reveals, and confronts. When you arrive, things that once hid easily are forced into view. This is why, even in your silence, you have felt tension in certain rooms. You did not have to speak, yet the atmosphere grew heavy. Because your very being carries the presence of God, that presence interrupts what is false, disarms what is evil, and awakens what is asleep. From the beginning, your identity as light was set. The moment God marked you, you became a torch that hell could not extinguish, and the more the enemy tried to smother you, the brighter you burned. Think of how many times life attempted to overwhelm you with despair, hoping to dim your spirit. Yet here you are, still burning. That flame inside you is not of human origin, it is divine. It cannot be quenched because it is sustained by heaven's oil, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. This word is your mirror. Your light is not fragile, not temporary, not conditional. Darkness may try to surround you, but it will never overcome you. You were created to be the contradiction to despair, the interruption to evil, the reminder that God still reigns. Chosen one. Recall the moments you felt opposition for no clear reason. People resisted you, not because you wronged them, but because your spirit disrupted theirs. The truth is, light irritates those who prefer shadows. That irritation is not rejection, it is confirmation. It proves you carry something heaven-born, something darkness cannot explain or contain. Do not be surprised when others distance themselves from you. Your presence demands a decision. Either they move closer to God or they retreat further into hiding. There is no neutrality in the presence of light. Even in your weakest seasons, your light was active. You thought your struggles diminished, your glow. But the truth is, your endurance in suffering only made your flame more radiant. Others watched you walk through storms and wondered how you still smiled, how you still spoke hope, how you still pressed forward. They didn't realize that the light sustaining you was not your own strength, but the eternal flame of God within you. Chosen one, let this truth sink deep. Your light is a weapon. Darkness does not tremble at human effort, but it trembles when God's fire burns through his chosen vessels. This is why your prayers, even whispered, carry impact. This is why your worship, even broken, shakes atmospheres. And this is why your presence alone disrupts demonic schemes. Even when you don't notice it happening, you were chosen to be a vessel of light that carries heaven's authority into earth's shadows. There will always be those who misunderstand you. They will call you too intense, too different, or too much. But what they label as too much is actually the standard of heaven. Your light is not meant to be dimmed for human comfort. It was given to pierce darkness. If you try to hide it, you betray your assignment. If you let it burn freely, you fulfill your destiny. Remember how often you have wondered why battles came to you in waves. Why did conflict find you when you were simply trying to live in peace? Why did warfare chase you when you had no intention of stirring trouble? The answer is simple. Light attracts opposition, but opposition is proof of your value. If you carried nothing, the enemy would not bother. The fiercer the attack, the clearer the evidence you are carrying something heaven cannot afford to lose. Chosen one. Your light terrifies darkness because it carries authority. And authority is not built on comfort, but on confrontation. You were shaped in the furnace of affliction, so that when you stand unshakable. You survived fire, so you now command fire. You endured storms, so you now speak peace into storms. You carry in your spirit the history of survival, and that history grants you authority. There is a reason you never fully blended in. You tried, yes, but it never worked. That was not failure, it was providence. Blending in would have dimmed your light, and God never intended for you to be hidden in shadows. You were always meant to stand apart, not for pride's sake, but for purpose's sake. Your difference is your design, and your design is divine. Chosen one. Let the memories return, the ones where you felt unseen yet strangely significant. The seasons where no one noticed your struggle, but heaven's gaze was fixed on you. The moments where despair whispered, but hope refused to die in your spirit. Those were not random episodes of endurance. They were intentional confirmations. Heaven was showing you, over and over again, you carry light that cannot be destroyed. And now, the Spirit declares, it is time for you to stop apologizing for that light. Do not shrink to make others comfortable. Do not hide to avoid attention. Do not silence your fire to fit in where you were never meant to belong. This is your identity, a torchbearer, a flame carrier, a living contradiction to darkness. Chosen one. You are not ordinary. You are extraordinary by design. And though the world may never fully understand you, the heavens celebrate you. Your journey, your scars, your victories, your endurance, all of it proves the truth of John's words. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Walk boldly in this identity. The world is in need of your flame. Nations are waiting for your glow. Families are desperate for your warmth. And heaven is eager to see you burn, unhindered. Do not waste what was forged in fire. Rise, shine, and carry the light that terrifies darkness. Chosen one. Heaven has written your name in purpose. Before your first cry, before your first step, before you even understood life, your destiny was inscribed in the eternal scroll. This is why life has never felt ordinary to you. There was always a sense that you were moving toward something greater, even when you couldn't explain it. That pull in your spirit, that quiet restlessness, when you tried to settle for less, it was the echo of your scroll, calling you back to divine alignment. The truth is this: nothing about you is accidental. Every detail, every season, every battle, and every blessing are woven together in a design too perfect to be human-made. Heaven mapped your days, not as a random sequence, but as chapters of a story leading toward glory. And right now, the Spirit is reminding you that your name is still there, unblotted, unforgotten, sealed by the hand of God Himself. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." This word belongs to you. The vision written over your life has not expired. Though it may have felt delayed, the ink has not faded. The promise has not been erased. What God wrote concerning you will stand, because His word cannot return void. Chosen one. Think of how many times you questioned whether your life had meaning. Those nights of doubt, those seasons of silence, those days when nothing seemed to make sense. they were not wasted. They were proving grounds. God was teaching you to trust the author, not just the chapter. And now you must see clearly, every setback was a setup. Every closed door was protection. Every delay was positioning. The scroll of destiny cannot be rushed, but it also cannot be stopped. Your purpose is more than survival. You were not placed here just to breathe, work, and you were placed here as a vessel of divine light, as an answer to prayers whispered by generations, as a bridge between heaven's will and earth's need. That is why the Spirit refuses to let you drift into mediocrity. That is why your heart keeps stirring when others are comfortable. You are not here to blend in. You are here to fulfill a scroll written before time. And let me speak with sincerity. If this word has stirred something in your spirit, let it not end with you. There are others who need to awaken. Others who need to hear the same truth echoing in their souls. When you share this message, you're not promoting a voice. You're extending heaven's reach. When you like, comment, or subscribe, you're not feeding algorithms. You're building a channel where more chosen ones can hear their call and rise. It's about connection, not numbers, family, not following. This space was made for you, and for all who are marked like you, chosen one. The scroll of destiny reveals not only where you've been, but also where you're going. Some of the battles you fought were never about you. They were about future doors. The resistance you faced was hell's attempt to keep you from unlocking what's ahead. But hear this, no hand can erase what heaven has written. The ink of God's promise is indelible. The scroll remains, sealed with His authority. You must begin to walk with confidence, not because of your own strength, but because of what is already written. Imagine carrying a letter sealed by the King himself. Would you doubt its value? Would you fear it could be tampered with? No. You would walk boldly, knowing the King's seal guarantees it. That is your life. You are walking with a sealed scroll, written by the hand of the Almighty. So, when the enemy whispers that you are forgotten, remind him, my name is written. When despair says nothing will change, remind it, my scroll has an appointed time. When fear tries to silence you, declare boldly, heaven has already spoken concerning me, and no voice can override His decree. The scroll of destiny also reveals your authority. Do not underestimate the weight of what you carry. Your words matter. Your prayers shift atmospheres. Your obedience activates miracles. You are not small in heaven's sight. You are not overlooked in God's plan. Your very existence is a line in His eternal manuscript, a sentence that cannot be deleted, a chapter that must be completed. Chosen one, rise with fresh courage. The delay has not been denial. The waiting has not been wasted. The scroll still speaks, and it is speaking now. You are stepping into alignment with promises written before you were formed. And as you walk forward, remember, you are not alone. Others are awakening too. Together, the chosen ones become a great light, a family scattered across the earth but united in purpose. So, I speak gently, yet firmly. Don't keep this word locked within you. Press the like, not for vanity, but for visibility. Share this with another soul who needs to be reminded that their name is written. And if you have not already, subscribe, not as a follower of a channel, but as a covenant partner in this flow of divine messages. Together, We make sure the scrolls of destiny are not forgotten in silence. Beloved, your story is still unfolding. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not lost. You are exactly where you need to be in the author's timeline. And soon, what was written in secret will be revealed in glory. The scroll of your destiny is opening before you walk boldly into its chapters. Chosen one, listen closely. The call on your life is not something you can postpone forever. Every delay, every excuse, every moment you pushed aside what you knew was, truth has carried weight. Heaven is merciful. But even mercy has a window, and the Spirit is urging you not to ignore what is unfolding before you. This is not coincidence. This is divine interruption. The King of Glory is pressing into your atmosphere right now because he knows the danger of delay and the beauty of your obedience. You must understand, the enemy's greatest strategy against the chosen is not always destruction, but distraction. If he cannot kill you, he will attempt to lull you into complacency. He whispers, tomorrow. He suggests, there is still time. And before you know it, years pass, and destiny waits untouched. But you, chosen one, are standing at a divine crossroads today. To keep delaying is to risk doors closing. To step forward in obedience is to unlock a future that generations will thank you for. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 6, verse 16. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. This is the moment of crossroads for you. You are being asked to choose the old ways that lead to weariness, or the ancient path of obedience that leads to rest, strength, and purpose. Chosen one. It is dangerous to silence conviction. Conviction is proof that heaven has not stopped knocking. When you feel that stirring in your spirit, when tears fall and you don't even know why, that is not weakness, it is mercy. It is God showing you He has not given up on you. But if you continue to reject that voice, the heart can harden, mercy steps back, and blindness sets in. This is why today's call is urgent. You are one rebellion away from silence. Do you realize the weight of that truth? You cannot afford to gamble with eternity. The Spirit is saying, do not put off what I am asking of you now. Every delay not only costs you, but it costs those attached to your obedience, your family, your children, your community. All of them are waiting for your yes. What you refuse to walk into may keep them in bondage. What you choose to surrender to will break their chains. But there is hope. Chosen one. The very fact that you are reading this proves the door is still open. Conviction is still alive. The voice of the shepherd is still calling. That means it is not too late. You are not abandoned. The light has not gone out. The Spirit is tugging because heaven knows what lies on the other side of your obedience: freedom, authority, and eternal joy. And here is where you must respond. This is not a message for passive listening. It demands a declaration. Right now, type in the comments, the prophetic number 444. This is not just typing digits, it is a prophetic act. 4 represents stability, foundation, and the corners of the earth. By writing 444, you declare, I choose to build my life on the solid foundation of obedience. I will not waver. I will walk the ancient path. This act is not superstition. It is alignment. It is you publicly agreeing with heaven's invitation. Chosen one. Let me explain why prophetic acts matter. Heaven responds to movement. When Noah built the ark, the rains came. When Abraham lifted the knife, God provided the ram. When Peter stepped out of the boat, the water became solid under his feet. Action unlocks destiny. Your simple action of typing 444 is a symbol of faith, and faith always draws heaven's response. The danger lies in silence. To ignore this moment is to agree with distraction. To say later is to side with the enemy's plan. But to respond, even in this simple way, is to declare, I will not delay. I will walk now. The Spirit is not looking for perfection from you. He is looking for surrender. He is asking not for all the answers, but for your yes. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Obedience is always heavier at the start, but it becomes wings as you continue. At first, the cost feels sharp. The sacrifice feels high. But soon, the joy outweighs the pain. The freedom overwhelms the struggle. The peace surpasses the price. The moment you step onto God's path, everything begins to align. Your delays have already cost enough. They cost you time, peace, and clarity. They left you feeling stuck and restless. Do not let them cost you destiny. Today is the day to shift. Today is the day to step forward. The door is open now. Walk through it before it closes. And here is a promise. If you respond with obedience, heaven will back you up. Angels will surround you. Provision will locate you. Strength you never knew you had will rise within you. You will discover that what you feared losing was nothing compared to what you gain in surrender. Do not let fear hold you back. Fear says you will fail, but faith says you will stand. Fear says it will cost too much, but faith says the reward is eternal. Fear says you are not ready, but faith says God has already equipped you. Remember, He does not call the qualified, He qualifies the called. And you, chosen one, are called, so choose today, not tomorrow, not someday, today. Choose obedience, choose surrender, choose destiny. Type 444 and let it echo in the spirit realm that you are aligning with heaven's path. The Lord is watching. Heaven is listening. The moment of decision is here. And when you do, walk forward with boldness. Your obedience will unlock doors no man can shut. Your surrender will silence the enemy's accusations. Your decision today will shift not only your future, but the future of generations tied to your name. This is your crossroads. Step into the good way and find rest for your soul. Chosen one. One of the deepest wounds you have carried has been the pain of being misunderstood. From childhood, you sensed that your heart beat differently, that your thoughts reached deeper than those around you. While others laughed lightly, you carried questions no one else dared ask. You wondered why your spirit felt so heavy while theirs remained untouched. And when you tried to explain, you were met with blank stares, quick dismissals, or even rejection. They could not see what was inside of you, because it was not for them to understand. But hear this truth: being misunderstood was never a mistake. It was a marker. Heaven set you apart, and that separation was necessary. If everyone had understood you, they would have drawn you into their mold. But because they could not, You were forced to walk your own path, the path designed specifically for you. Misunderstanding is not the absence of clarity, it is the evidence of your uniqueness. Think of Joseph, a young dreamer in the house of Jacob. He spoke of the visions God gave him, but his brothers hated him for it. They thought his words were arrogance when they were, in fact, prophecy. His dreams were too heavy for those who had no share in them. You, too, have carried visions too weighty for the ears of the unprepared. And when they dismissed you, they were not dismissing your worth. They were rejecting what they could not grasp. Chosen one. Rejection has been one of your sharpest pains. You longed for acceptance, yet often found yourself pushed aside. Friendships you thought would last evaporated. Opportunities you thought were yours disappeared. Love you poured out was not returned. And yet, every rejection became proof of your selection. God allowed the doors to close so that you would not settle in spaces too small for your calling. He let people walk away because they could not carry the weight of your assignment. This is why you must stop seeing rejection as failure. Rejection is direction. It is God's way of protecting you from entanglements that would dim your light or steal your fire. Every no was a redirection to a higher yes. Every separation was preservation. And though your heart broke in those moments, heaven was saving you from a future that could have broken you completely. Chosen one. You have often wondered, why can't I just be like everyone else? Why can't I fit in and be at peace? The answer is simple. You were never meant to blend in. Your uniqueness is not a flaw. It is your crown. The very things that made you different are the very things heaven celebrates. Your sensitivity is not weakness, it is discernment. Your depth is not heaviness, it is wisdom. Your longing for more is not restlessness, it is the echo of eternity in your soul. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 1, verse 10. Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings, or of God? Or am I trying to please people? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. These words cut to the core of your journey. Your mission was never to win the applause of people, but to live for the approval of heaven. When you stopped fitting into their expectations, it was not failure, it was freedom. Beloved, take a moment to reflect. How many times did the sting of rejection drive you to your knees in prayer? How many nights did you cry out to God because no one else seemed to understand? And yet, in those very nights, you felt the nearness of His presence like never before. Misunderstanding pushed you closer to the one who fully knows you. Rejection pressed you into the arms of the one who will never leave you. What seemed like loss was actually alignment with the love that never fails. You see, being misunderstood gave you a secret gift, clarity. In loneliness, you learned to hear God's voice more clearly. In rejection, you discovered your true worth was not in people's acceptance, but in God's calling. In misunderstanding, you found a deeper identity than labels could offer. What others could not see, God always did, and His gaze is the only one that defines you. Chosen one. There is a crown in your difference. Think of it like a stone cut from a quarry. Jagged and rough at first glance, others might dismiss it, seeing no value. But the master jeweler sees what is hidden, an uncut diamond, destined to shine once refined. That is you. Others saw the rough edges and walked away. But God saw the brilliance within. And now, the refining fire has shaped you into a vessel of light, ready to carry His glory. This is why your journey has been so unique. Ordinary paths could never fit extraordinary assignments. God did not choose you to walk where everyone else walks. He chose you to tread roads less traveled, to blaze trails where none existed. And though the path was lonely, it has made you who you are: strong, resilient, discerning, and deeply rooted. Understand this: the people who misunderstood you were not enemies. They were part of the process. Without their rejection, you might never have discovered your true identity. Without their absence, you might never have leaned fully on God. Do not hold bitterness against them. Bless them and move forward. They played their part, and their exit made space for what is greater. Chosen one. Stop mourning the spaces that could not hold you. They were too small for your destiny. Stop grieving the hands that let you go. They were never meant to carry your crown. Instead, lift your head and embrace the truth. You are not mistaken. You are marked. The very things that made you feel out of place are the very things that prove you belong to heaven. Beloved, take courage. You are not alone in your journey of being misunderstood. Every chosen one has walked this path. Prophets were ridiculed. Apostles were mocked. And even the Son of God himself was rejected by his own. If they misunderstood him, how much more will they misunderstand you? But just as he overcame, so will you. So walk boldly. Chosen one. You are not defined by rejection, but by resurrection. You are not shaped by misunderstanding, but by revelation. You are not cast aside, you are set apart. Wear your difference like a crown. Let your uniqueness shine as evidence of heaven's mark upon your life. And remember, the world may not understand you, but heaven celebrates you. Chosen one. Pause and recognize the weight of this moment. You are not here by accident, not reading these words because of chance. The Spirit has orchestrated your steps to bring you to this exact point, because heaven is intervening in your life right now. This is not coincidence. This is divine interruption. When the Father chooses to step into time and disrupt your atmosphere, it is because he sees danger ahead or glory waiting to be revealed. Either way, his intervention is never wasted. How many times in your life did unseen hands pull you back from disaster? You thought it was instinct, a coincidence, or good luck. But heaven was moving. The accident that should have ended you somehow missed. The sickness that should have taken you lost its grip. The plan that should have destroyed your future collapsed suddenly. These were not accidents. They were divine interventions. Angels moved. Prayers you didn't even know were prayed surrounded you. And mercy wrote a different ending to your story. Chosen one. Understand this. Divine intervention is God's signature upon your journey. He does not step in without reason. Each time he interrupted your plans, it was because his plans were greater. Each time he closed a door, it was because that path would have stolen your calling. Each time he allowed loss, it was to prevent greater destruction. You may not have understood it in the moment, but heaven was writing protection in ways only eternity will fully reveal. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This is the heartbeat of divine intervention. You do not always see the battle, but he is fighting. You do not always understand the delay, but he is protecting. You do not always recognize the shift, but he is preparing. His interventions are proof that you are chosen, marked, and too valuable to be left to chance. Think of the countless interruptions in Scripture. Moses should have drowned in the Nile, but divine intervention placed him in Pharaoh's palace. Esther should have remained a forgotten orphan, but divine intervention seated her on the throne. Daniel should have been devoured in the lion's den, but divine intervention shut their mouths. Over and over again, God's chosen ones faced impossible odds. Yet, divine interruption rewrote their endings. And now, your life carries the same pattern. Heaven refuses to let you be swallowed by circumstances because you are too important to the plan of God. Beloved, divine intervention is also a wake-up call. It is heaven saying, "Pay attention. You cannot afford to live numb, distracted, or asleep while eternity calls your name." When God interrupts, it is to shake you awake, to remind you that life is not about drifting, but about destiny. Every intervention in your story is a trumpet, sounding the truth. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot wander aimlessly forever. There is something else you must grasp. Divine intervention is not always gentle. Sometimes it comes as a closed door, a painful separation, or a season of loss. But even in the sting, there is mercy. God would rather break your heart for a moment than lose your soul for eternity. He would rather strip away what you thought you needed than allow it to poison your purpose. This is why certain relationships ended suddenly, why certain opportunities crumbled, why certain plans dissolved before they began. It was not cruelty, it was mercy wearing disguise. Chosen one. Have you noticed how many times you thought you were at the end? Yet a way opened where there was none. You thought the chapter was over, yet the pen kept moving. You thought you were abandoned, yet help arrived. These are reminders that you are not carrying your story alone. You are walking with the author himself, and he refuses to let the enemy write the final line. But here lies the tension. Divine intervention demands response. It is never meant to be ignored. When God steps in, he is calling you higher, deeper, closer. To receive intervention and remain unchanged is to miss the point. Every rescue is an invitation. Every interruption is a summons. Every miracle is a call to surrender. Heaven is not merely saving you from, heaven is saving you for. Chosen one. Let this truth settle into your heart. God has been fighting for you long before you even realized it. He fought for your mind when darkness tried to consume it. He fought for your body when sickness tried to weaken it. He fought for your soul when temptation tried to enslave it. You are not standing today because of luck. You are standing because of divine warfare waged on your behalf. Now, the Spirit whispers again, do not take this lightly. To ignore divine intervention is to invite danger. To resist mercy is to risk blindness, but to respond with humility, to bow your will and embrace His, is to step into a season where intervention becomes habitation. No longer will He simply rescue you in crisis. He will walk with you daily, guiding each step, shaping each moment, securing each future. Think of the transformation waiting for you when you truly surrender to His intervention. The restlessness will quiet, because peace will govern your heart. The confusion will lift, because His voice will direct your path. The fear will fade, because love will perfect you. This is what heaven longs to give you. Not just rescue after rescue, but relationship daily. Intimate, unshakable, chosen one. The pattern of your life is proof of heaven's hand. Too many times you should have fallen, yet you rose. Too many times you should have lost, yet you won. Too many times you should have broken, yet you healed. This is not chance. This is covenant. You are chosen, and the mark of divine intervention will never leave you. So, walk with reverence. Honor the interventions that shaped you. Remember the moments when heaven stepped in. Let gratitude rise instead of complaint. Let surrender replace resistance, because every interruption in your life has been God whispering, "I am with you, and I will not let you go." Ames, chosen one. Hear this final truth. Divine intervention is not just about survival, it is about purpose. You were not rescued simply to live quietly. You were rescued to rise, to shine, to lead others into the same light. Your testimony of intervention will become someone else's hope. Your story will remind them that God still fights for his chosen ones. Chosen one. There is something you must recognize about your journey. Every step of obedience you take is warfare. You may not always see the battle, but in the unseen realm, your simple yes to God silences entire strategies of hell. The enemy is not afraid of empty words or shallow rituals. He trembles at obedience. When you obey, you align with heaven's authority, and darkness has no defense against it. Think of the times you said yes, even when fear whispered no. Think of the moments you chose purity when temptation offered compromise. Think of the prayers you whispered when exhaustion told you to stay silent. These were not small acts. Each one was a sword in the Spirit's hand, striking down demonic schemes. Obedience is warfare, and you have been fighting far more battles than you realized. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 16, verse 20, declare, "The God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. The grace of our Lord Jesus be with you." This is the outcome of obedience. Satan crushed, grace released, victory secured. You may feel weary, but your obedience carries power far beyond what you can measure. Chosen one. Your obedience disrupts generational patterns. The moment you choose God's way, you stop cycles that have repeated for years. You silence voices of fear that tormented your parents and grandparents. You close the door to addictions, bitterness, and curses that tried to cling to your family line. Your obedience does not just shift your life, it rewrites entire bloodlines. Hell trembles, because with one choice, you uproot seeds of destruction and plant legacies of blessing. Do you realize how powerful that is? Every time you obey, heaven records it, and eternity honors it. The crown of glory that awaits you is not reserved for grand achievements in the eyes of men, but for consistent obedience in the eyes of God. Quiet yeses, hidden sacrifices, silent prayers. These are the victories that echo forever. Beloved, obedience also transforms atmospheres. Walk into a room after saying yes to God, and watch how peace follows. Step into conversations after praying for wisdom, and watch how words change. Even your silence after surrendering anger carries weight. Darkness loses ground simply because you stood in obedience. Your very presence becomes a sanctuary, because heaven walks with those who obey. But let us be honest, obedience is not easy. It demands surrender, and surrender always costs something. Sometimes it costs friendships that cannot follow your path. Sometimes it costs opportunities that clash with your values. Sometimes it costs your pride, forcing you to admit your weakness and lean fully on God. Yet what you lose in obedience cannot compare to what you gain. Peace replaces anxiety. Joy replaces despair. And eternal glory outweighs temporary pain. Chosen one. The Spirit is calling you to a deeper level of obedience, not just selective surrender, but complete, not just in public, but in private, not just when it is convenient, but especially when it is costly, because the more you obey, the greater your authority grows. The enemy knows this, which is why the attacks intensify whenever you are about to say yes. The pressure you feel before breakthrough is hell's last attempt to keep you bound. Remember this truth: obedience invites heaven's partnership. When Abraham obeyed and left his homeland, God built nations from him. When Moses obeyed and lifted his staff, seas parted. When Esther obeyed and risked her life, a people was saved. Your obedience carries the same power to change history. Do not underestimate what your yes can unleash. Chosen one. You may think your life is too small for such impact, but the unseen world knows otherwise. Every time you whisper, yes, angels move. Every time you resist temptation, demons flee. Every time you speak truth, chains break. Your obedience shifts atmospheres more than you realize. So here is your moment of declaration. Right now, type into the comments these 3 words: I choose obedience. Do not dismiss this as a small act. It is warfare. It is alignment. It is you stamping your agreement with heaven's call. When you write those words, you are not just typing, you are testifying. You are declaring to yourself, to others, and to the unseen realm that obedience is your weapon, your choice, your identity. Chosen one. Do not underestimate this declaration. Words create realities. Life and death are in the tongue. When you say, I choose obedience, you silence the whispers of delay. You break the agreements with compromise. You remind your soul of its true allegiance, and heaven responds. The Spirit strengthens. Grace multiplies. Angels take position. Your obedience will not be in vain. Every sacrifice will be remembered. Every yes will be honored. Every step will be rewarded. And though you may not always see the results immediately, know this: the fruit is growing. Seeds planted in tears will bloom in glory. Beloved, continue to fight with your yes. Continue to resist the easy path. Continue to stand, even when no one else does, because your obedience is building something eternal. One day, you will see the full picture, and you will realize that your small yeses built a legacy that can never be erased. So press forward. Chosen one, do not grow weary. Do not retreat. Do not compromise. Keep obeying. Keep surrendering. Keep fighting. For the crown that awaits you, the generations tied to you, and the glory of the one who called you, it is worth it all. Chosen one, you are marked with an unbreakable covenant. Heaven has sealed you with something the world cannot erase and the enemy cannot steal. Long before you ever knew his name, the blood of the Lamb spoke over you, declaring protection, identity, and eternal belonging. This covenant is not a fragile agreement written on paper. It is an eternal decree written in blood. That blood is stronger than your past. greater than your failures, and louder than every accusation spoken against you. The covenant covering you is not like human promises that fade with time. People may walk away. Words may be broken. Contracts may fail. But God's covenant is unshakable. His word declares that what He has begun in you, He will bring to completion. You are not held together by your own strength. You are held by covenant. That is why storms could not destroy you, why betrayal could not undo you, and why despair could not swallow you. The covenant kept you, as Jesus Himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 28. This is my blood of the covenant, poured out for many, for forgiveness of sins. This is the foundation of your life. You are not standing because of good works, luck, or coincidence. You are standing because of covenant blood. That blood covers every failure, cleanses every stain, and declares you righteous before God. Chosen one. The enemy has tried repeatedly to convince you that your mistakes disqualify you. He points at your scars, your regrets, your weaknesses, and whispers, "You are not worthy." But covenant speaks louder. Covenant says, "You are forgiven." Covenant says, "You are chosen." Covenant says, "You are sealed." The power of the blood is not undone by your weakness, it is perfected in it. Where sin increased, grace increased all the more. This covenant also means you are not fighting alone. Every battle you face is not yours alone to carry. You are backed by the armies of heaven, shielded by the Spirit, and empowered by divine authority. When you pray, you do not pray as a beggar. You pray as one covered by covenant, as a child with full access to the Father's house. That is why your prayers carry weight. That is why angels respond. That is why the atmosphere shifts when you open your mouth in faith. Beloved, stop underestimating what you carry. You are not ordinary. You are covenant marked. This is why doors open that others cannot explain. This is why favor locates you even when you feel unworthy. This is why darkness fears you even when you feel weak. It is not about you. It is about the covenant that covers you. The blood has spoken, and nothing can silence its voice. Take a moment to let gratitude rise. Think back to the times you should have fallen beyond recovery. Yet, mercy raised you up again. Think of the mistakes that could have destroyed your destiny. Yet, grace rewrote your story. Think of the chains that held you for years. Yet one touch of His presence shattered them. This is covenant in action. The faithfulness of God has never let you go, and it never will. Chosen one. You must also understand that covenant carries responsibility. To be covered is to be consecrated. You cannot treat your life as common when heaven calls you holy. You cannot live recklessly when the blood covering you is sacred. The covenant demands that you walk differently, speak differently, live differently, not to earn salvation, but to honor it. You are a carrier of divine promise, and your lifestyle must reflect that reality. This is why compromise has always felt heavier for you than for others. What they call freedom, you feel as bondage. What they laugh off, your spirit grieves over. It is not because you are weak, it is because you are chosen. The Spirit within you will not allow you to settle for less than covenant life. Beloved, embrace this truth. The covenant is not a chain that restricts you, it is a shield that protects you. It does not take away life, it secures abundant life. When you surrender to its covering, you are not losing, you are gaining everything that cannot be taken away. Peace, joy, strength, eternal glory, all of it flows from covenant. And now, let me speak sincerely. If this word has reminded you of the unshakable covenant over your life, do not keep it to yourself. Someone else is still living under the lie that they are forgotten, unworthy, or abandoned. Share this message with them. Like this word, not for vanity, but to push it further into the hands of those who need to awaken. And if you haven't yet, subscribe, not as a formality, but as an act of belonging to a family of chosen ones walking in the same covenant. This space is built for your encouragement, your growth, and your awakening. Chosen one, let covenant courage rise within you. Walk with boldness, knowing that you are shielded by promises that cannot be broken. Live with peace, knowing that nothing can separate you from His love. Stand in authority, knowing that hell itself cannot undo what heaven has sealed. You are marked, covered, and crowned with covenant blood. Let this be your confidence. You are unshakable, because your foundation is eternal. The covenant is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is forever. And so is your destiny. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Chains are breaking. The weight that has pressed against your soul for years, the invisible grip that has tried to hold you down, the cycles that seemed unending, they are being shattered. What once defined you will no longer confine you. The power of God is moving through your life, severing ties that kept you bound and rewriting a future that no prison can contain. Think of the countless times you cried out for freedom. You longed to breathe without heaviness, to live without shame, to walk without stumbling into the same patterns again. You begged for release, yet the chains felt tighter. But what you did not see was the slow weakening of every shackle. Every prayer was a strike against iron. Every tear was water corroding the lock. Every step of endurance was loosening what once felt unbreakable. And now the moment has come, the chains are breaking. Beloved, spiritual chains do not always look like metal or iron. Sometimes they look like fear that never loosens its grip. Sometimes they look like anxiety that shadows every thought. Sometimes they appear as addiction, a pattern you promised yourself you'd never return to, but found yourself trapped in again. Sometimes they appear as shame, a voice whispering that you are unworthy. These are chains, and they have tried to define your story. But the Spirit is declaring today, they will not hold you any longer. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Fear is a chain, but power is your inheritance. Shame is a chain, but love is your covering. Confusion is a chain, but a sound mind is your promise. You are not destined to live bound, you are destined to live free. Chosen one, reflect for a moment on how long you have carried burdens that did not belong to you. You picked up words, others spoke over you, and wore them like shackles. You carried disappointments from seasons past, as if they were chains welded to your spirit. You held guilt for things already forgiven, replaying them like a prisoner, replaying their crime. Yet heaven's voice has been consistent. Those chains are not your portion. They are not your inheritance. They are broken. When Christ rose from the grave, He did not simply walk out free. He broke the locks of death and hell itself. The same resurrection power lives in you. which means no chain can remain. Addiction must break. Fear must flee. Depression must lose its grip. Generational curses must dissolve. What held your ancestors will not hold you. You are the one chosen to break cycles, to end patterns, to start new legacies. Beloved, chains often break in silence before they break in sight. You may not feel the release immediately, but the shift is already happening. The habits that once ruled you will suddenly lose their appeal. The fears that once paralyzed you will suddenly seem small. The shame that once shouted will suddenly grow quiet. This is the invisible work of God, breaking what has bound you in the spirit before it fully manifests in the natural. Do not mistake lingering memories for unbroken chains. Freedom does not always mean forgetting. It means the memory no longer has power. You may still remember the pain, but it no longer controls you. You may still recall the struggle, but it no longer defines you. That is freedom, walking with scars, but without shackles. Carrying stories, but not chains. Chosen one. Chains also break when you begin to see yourself through heaven's eyes. Many of the shackles you carried were lies you believed about yourself. Lies that said you were unworthy, unloved, incapable, or hopeless. But the truth of God speaks louder. You are worthy. You are beloved. You are equipped. You are chosen. The moment you align with truth, lies lose their grip. And when lies lose their grip, chains fall. Take a deep breath and realize you are not who you were. The chains that defined your yesterday do not dictate your tomorrow. You are walking into a new season. Lighter, freer, stronger. You will notice the shift when old temptations lose power, when heavy atmospheres cannot suffocate you anymore, when joy feels natural again. These are signs that the chains are gone. Chosen one. Your freedom is not only for you. When others see you walking unbound, they will believe freedom is possible for them too. Your testimony of broken chains will inspire others, still shackled in silence. They will look at your life and see proof that the Spirit of God still breaks strongholds. In this way, your freedom becomes their hope. Your breakthrough becomes their invitation. Do not underestimate the ripple effect of your deliverance. One life set free can ignite an entire family, an entire community, even entire generations. You are stepping into the role of a chain breaker, a cycle ender, a history rewriter. What shackled those before you will not touch those after you, because you endured, because you believed, because you held on. Freedom now flows to your bloodline. Beloved, let gratitude mark your freedom. Do not return to old chains out of habit or comfort. Walk forward boldly, carrying the joy of someone who knows they are free indeed. Let your worship be louder, your prayers be bolder, your love be deeper, because the weight is gone. You are not defined by bondage, you are defined by breakthrough. Chains are breaking. Chosen one. Listen for the sound of locks shattering, of iron snapping, of doors swinging open. This is your moment to walk out of the prison you thought was permanent. Lift your head, stretch your shoulders, and step into the wide open space of freedom prepared for you. The night is over, the dawn has come, and with it, the chains have fallen. Chosen one. Pause and listen with your spirit, because what surrounds you right now is not ordinary. You are not walking this journey alone. Heaven's army surrounds you. Angels have been assigned to your life, not as a poetic metaphor, but as a divine reality. They walk with you in silence, war on your behalf, in the unseen, and guard you through valleys you never could have survived on your own. Their presence is evidence that your calling is weighty, your purpose is eternal, and your destiny is under fierce protection. Think of the countless times you felt a sudden nudge to slow down, turn away, or take a different path. At the time, you thought it was instinct. In truth, it was angelic intervention. When danger lurked, they redirected. When harm approached, they shielded. When despair whispered, they strengthened. Angels are not distant figures with wings in paintings. They are fiery warriors, ministers of God, flames of fire, assigned to protect chosen vessels like you. The Book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, declares, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This is not wishful thinking, it is divine decree. Every path you walk, every season you endure, every storm you survive is accompanied by angelic guardianship. You were never as vulnerable as you feared, because you were never unprotected. Chosen one, reflect for a moment. How many accidents should have taken your life, yet somehow you walked away? How many attacks against your mind should have consumed you, yet peace found you instead? How many times did despair convince you it was the end, yet hope rose again? These are not coincidences, they are marks of angelic presence. When you were too weak to fight, they fought. When you were too blind to see, they guided. When you were too tired to pray, they stood watch. Your life carries such weight that heaven refused to leave you uncovered. You were assigned protection not because you are fragile, but because you are vital. Your destiny is too critical to be left exposed. Angels do not waste their strength. They surround what is marked for greatness. And the fact that you are still here, still breathing, still pressing forward, is evidence that you are under divine escort. Beloved, do not imagine angelic presence as only gentle. These are warriors. They wage war in realms you cannot see. They confront demonic opposition that rises against your purpose. They clear paths you could never clear yourself. And they do it not because you are worthy in yourself, but because you are chosen by the one who commands them. You live with an army around you, because heaven has invested too much in you to leave you undefended. There have been moments when you felt alone, unseen, and abandoned. Yet in those very moments, angels stood closer than your breath. You may not have seen them, but you felt their influence, a sudden peace when chaos reigned, a sudden strength when you were drained, a sudden boldness when fear surrounded you. Those were angelic touches, reminding you that though you fight battles, you never fight alone. Chosen one. Your obedience also activates angelic assignment. When you align with God's will, you give angels authority to move more freely on your behalf. Every act of surrender sharpens their swords. Every prayer spoken releases their strength. Every declaration of truth gives them ground to conquer. You are not commanding them, the Father commands them. But your obedience ensures they can carry out their orders with full force. Do not underestimate how protected you are. The very atmosphere around your life has been charged with heavenly fire. Darkness has tried to enter, but it has found gates guarded. The enemy has tried to touch you, but he has been forced to retreat. You are living proof that angelic presence is real, because you have survived what should have destroyed you. Beloved, hear this. Heaven's army is not temporary. They are with you for the long road, through valleys, through mountaintops, through storms, through seasons of peace. They remain. They do not leave when you stumble. They do not abandon when you falter. They are covenant keepers, assigned because you are chosen. And here lies your invitation. Do not live unaware of their presence. Walk boldly, knowing you are escorted. Pray with confidence, knowing you are backed. Worship with freedom, knowing you are surrounded. The more you live with awareness, the more courage will rise within you. Fear loses power when you realize you are not alone. Chosen one. The very fact that you are reading this word is divine alignment. Heaven's army is closer now than you realize. Even now, they are warring for your family, for your destiny, for your future. The outcome is already secured. Because the commander of heaven's hosts has spoken, you will not fall. You will not be abandoned. You will rise. So let your spirit respond. Right now, comment the prophetic number 555. Why? Because 5 represents grace, and triple grace is a sign of heaven's overwhelming favor and protection. By writing 555, you declare, I recognize I am surrounded. I live under grace. I walk with heaven's army. This is not ritual, it is agreement. It is a prophetic act that aligns your heart with what heaven is already doing around you. Your declaration matters. When you confess with your mouth, you align with truth. When you type with your hand, you seal it in action. And when you seal it in action, heaven rejoices. Angels are strengthened in their assignment, because you have chosen to believe, to agree, and to declare what is already real in the Spirit. Beloved, never again say you are alone. Never again believe the lie of abandonment. You are never without covering, never without escort, never without defense. Heaven's army surrounds you, and their presence is your assurance that destiny will be fulfilled. You are chosen, and chosen ones never walk unguarded. Lift your head, chosen one. Walk into tomorrow with confidence. Sleep tonight in peace. Pray without fear. Worship without hesitation, because all around you, unseen but undeniable, the armies of heaven stand watch. You are surrounded. You are covered. You are safe. Chosen one. The valley of decision is where you now stand. Life has brought you to many crossroads, but this one carries weight, unlike the rest. This is not simply about choosing between careers, relationships, or opportunities. It is about choosing your eternal path. The valley of decision is a place where neutrality dies. You cannot remain on both sides. You cannot keep wavering between two lives. Here, you must decide who you truly are and whom you will serve. There has always been a tension in your spirit. On one hand, the pull of comfort whispers to you, inviting you to remain as you are. On the other, the voice of destiny calls you higher, urging you to embrace the life you were born for. This tension has made you restless. You have felt it when you tried to silence conviction with distraction, when you tried to ignore truth with noise, when you attempted to bury your calling under busyness. Yet no matter how hard you tried, the voice of God has never stopped pursuing you. The prophet Elijah, spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. These words are timeless. They echo into your valley of decision right now. You cannot stay suspended in hesitation forever. Your destiny demands resolution. Heaven is waiting for your answer. Chosen one. Indecision is itself a decision. To remain neutral is to drift further away from what you were created for. The enemy does not need your active rebellion. Your passivity is enough to keep you from walking in your calling. Neutrality delays destiny. Silence purpose, and keeps you bound. That is why the Spirit is stirring you now. It is time to choose with clarity, not confusion. Do not fear the weight of this decision. Choosing God fully is not about becoming perfect overnight. It is about surrendering the direction of your heart. It is admitting that your way cannot compare to His, that your wisdom cannot rival His, that your plans cannot fulfill what His have already written. The valley of decision is not a place of shame, but a place of invitation. Heaven is not condemning you. Here, it is beckoning you. Think of the people of Israel standing before Moses, as he declared, "Choose this day whom you will serve." Every generation faces this same moment. You now face it. Will you continue to walk divided, half in and half out? Or will you step into the fullness of what God has prepared? Chosen one. Your calling cannot thrive in half-light. Your anointing cannot flourish in compromise. You must decide. And you must decide now. The valley of decision feels heavy because eternity leans into it. Heaven and hell both watch closely. Angels long to see you step forward, while demons hope you delay. Your yes will echo into generations, while your hesitation risks chains for those tied to your name. This is why the pressure feels so intense, because the outcome of your choice affects more than just you. Beloved, let the stories of Scripture remind you. Every chosen one faced a valley of decision. Abraham left his homeland. Moses returned to Egypt. Esther stepped before the king. Peter left his nets. Paul abandoned status for suffering. Each one had to choose, and each choice carried eternal consequence. You are not different. You are not excluded. The same Spirit that called them is calling you, and the same decision is set before you. Do not let fear paralyze you. Fear tells you that surrender means loss. But in truth, surrender means gain. You may lose temporary comfort, but you gain eternal security. You may lose the applause of some people, but you gain the approval of heaven. You may lose shallow pleasures, but you gain joy that never fades. Fear is a liar, but faith tells the truth. The valley of decision is not a valley of despair. It is a valley of destiny. Chosen one. Imagine standing years from now, looking back on this very moment. Will you remember it as the day you chose fully? Or the day you hesitated once again? Will you see it as the beginning of a new chapter? Or the prolonging of an old cycle? The choice is yours. Heaven will not force your hand. Love never coerces. It invites, but invitation unanswered eventually expires. That is why the Spirit urges you now, not tomorrow, not later, but now. Do not be deceived by the thought that you can remain unchanged. The valley of decision always transforms. Either you rise higher into obedience, or you sink deeper into compromise. Either you step into light, or you slip further into shadow. There is no standing still. Your soul is moving. And the question is, in which direction? Beloved, understand that decision does not mean you will never stumble again. It means you will never walk alone again. It means every stumble will be met with grace, every weakness with strength, every fall with restoration. It means you choose His path over yours, His truth over lies, His love over the empty promises of the world. That choice alone carries more weight than you can imagine. The valley of decision is holy ground. It is where the old dies and the new begins. It is where destiny takes root. It is where heaven and earth meet in the heart of a chosen one who finally says, yes. That chosen one is you. Lift your eyes. Chosen one. See the path before you. One is wide, easy, and crowded, but it leads to emptiness. The other is narrow, costly, and lonely at times, but it leads to glory. You cannot walk both. You cannot split your soul. You must choose. And in your choosing, you will find the peace that has eluded you, the purpose that has chased you, the identity that has always been yours. Step forward. Make the decision. Say yes with your whole heart. Let the valley of decision be the place where heaven records. The chosen one rose. The chosen one surrendered. The chosen one embraced destiny without hesitation. Chosen one. There is a truth you must embrace deeply. Mercy is still knocking. The very fact that your heart still stirs when you hear the word of God is proof that the door has not closed. Conviction is not condemnation, it is invitation. Each time you feel the tug in your spirit, each time tears rise without explanation, each time you sense that something greater is calling you, it is heaven's way of showing you the door is open. So many walk through life numb, hardened, blind. They no longer feel anything when truth confronts them. That numbness is the greatest danger, for it means mercy has stepped back. But you, chosen one, still feel. You still wrestle. You still long. That longing is evidence that the Spirit has not withdrawn. Mercy is still extending its hand. The writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 86, verse 5, remind us, you, Lord, are forgiving and good, abounding in love to all who call to you. This is the nature of mercy. It is not limited, not stingy, not fragile. It abounds. It waits. It stretches further than your failure, deeper than your despair, wider than your wandering. Mercy is the reason you are still here. Beloved, think of the countless times you thought it was the end. Your mistakes weighed so heavily that you assumed there was no way back. Yet mercy whispered, "Try again." You stumbled repeatedly. Yet mercy said, "Get up." You ignored God's call. Yet mercy called louder. You pushed away. Yet mercy pursued. That is who He is, the God who abounds in love, who refuses to let His chosen ones remain in chains. Mercy is not weakness. Mercy is power restrained by love. It is judgment delayed, wrath withheld, hope extended. Mercy gives you another chance when justice would have ended it. Mercy keeps the door open when logic says it should be locked. Mercy says, "Not yet," when destruction waits eagerly to claim its prize. Mercy is the shield that has covered your life time and time again. But mercy is not endless in its knocking. There comes a point when repeated rejection hardens the heart. When conviction is ignored too long, sensitivity dulls. When light is resisted consistently, blindness sets in. This is why the Spirit is urging you with urgency now. You cannot assume tomorrow will feel the same. You cannot gamble with the voice of conviction, thinking it will always be there. The knock grows softer each time it is ignored, and one day, silence may remain. Chosen one, do not let that be your story. If you feel the stir today, it is because mercy still surrounds you. If tears come easily when you hear truth, it is because the Spirit is alive within you. If your heart still aches for something more, it is because the door is not closed. Use this moment. Do not waste it. Mercy is proof of God's relentless love. He could have given up on you years ago. He could have turned his face away when you resisted him. But he did not. He still calls you by name, still invites you to walk with him, still prepares a table for you even in the presence of your enemies. His love is too stubborn to abandon you. But hear me clearly. Mercy is not permission to remain the same. It is empowerment to change. Grace covers your past, but mercy demands your present. The same God who forgives is the God who transforms. He does not show mercy so you can stay in bondage. He shows mercy so you can step into freedom. The proof of receiving mercy is living differently. Chosen one, imagine your life without mercy. Every failure unforgiven, every mistake final, every weakness fatal. Yet here you are, not consumed, not abandoned, not destroyed. That alone should ignite gratitude in your spirit. Mercy carried you when strength failed. Mercy shielded you when judgment loomed. Mercy wrote, "To be continued," when you thought your story had ended. Beloved, there is also a sacred beauty in mercy's timing. It arrives just when you think you cannot continue. It breaks through just when the night feels darkest. It whispers just when despair grows loudest. Mercy is always on time, because mercy flows from the heart of God, and his timing is perfect. You may have thought he was late, but you are reading these words today because mercy knew exactly when to intervene. Do not despise conviction. Many see it as guilt, as shame, as weight, but conviction is the gentle hand of God pulling you back to himself. It is mercy in action. It is heaven saying, "There is still time. Rejoice when you feel conviction, for it is evidence of his nearness. Fear when you feel nothing, for silence is the sound of distance." Chosen one, let mercy do its work. Let it soften your heart, heal your wounds, break your chains. Let it bring you back into alignment with who you truly are. Do not resist it. Do not excuse it. Do not bury it. Yield to it, and you will find freedom. There is a story being written over your life, and mercy is the ink. What others thought would end you has only become another chapter of redemption. What you thought was your downfall is now being rewritten as your testimony. Mercy is relentless, weaving grace into every broken thread until your tapestry shines with glory. Beloved, this is your moment. Mercy is here. Now, knocking, pleading, inviting. Open the door. Respond with surrender. Allow the love of God to wash away the lies, the shame, the regrets. Let today be the day you finally stop running and start resting in the arms that have never stopped reaching for you. Remember, mercy is not weakness. Mercy is your lifeline. Mercy is the bridge between your failure and your future. Mercy is the voice that says, there is still time. And right now, for you, chosen one, there is still time. Chosen one, rise as the torchbearer. This is not simply a poetic phrase. It is a mantle being placed upon you. A torchbearer is one who carries fire through darkness, who lights the path not only for themselves, but for others who follow. You have been through fire, and instead of being consumed, you now carry it. The battles you survived were not only for your endurance, they were for your empowerment. What once threatened to destroy you has now become fuel for your flame. The fire inside you is not human, it is divine. It burns with a heat that does not fade, sustained by the Spirit of God. That is why you cannot remain hidden. That is why your life feels restless when you are silent. The fire inside of you demands release. You are appointed to carry it to nations, to families, to circles where darkness has long prevailed. And when you step forward, your flame will ignite others, setting off a chain reaction of light. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. This is your word. You are no longer in the shadows. You are no longer pressed down by chains. You are called to arise, to shine, to bear the torch of heaven's glory into places that have never known light. Chosen one. This mantle comes with responsibility. A torchbearer cannot compromise, for the flame is holy. You cannot dim your light to make others comfortable, for your flame is not your own, it belongs to God. You cannot hide your fire, because it was not given to you for silence, but for influence. The places you step into will not remain the same, because the torch you carry burns away lies, exposes darkness, and releases truth. Do you realize the significance of your story? Every scar, every tear, every trial has only made your flame brighter. You thought you were walking through fire, but the truth is, you were becoming fire. This is why the enemy fought you so relentlessly, because he feared the day you would realize you are not just surviving flames. You are carrying them. Beloved, think about this. Fire spreads. It does not remain contained. When you speak truth, your flame leaps into another soul. When you live boldly, your flame shines into another's darkness. When you worship unashamedly, your flame lights up atmospheres. This is why your obedience matters so much. It is not just about you, but about the countless lives who will be set aflame because of your courage. And here, I must pause to speak sincerely to you. If this word resonates with your spirit, do not keep it locked away. Others need to be ignited by the same flame burning inside you. Share this message, not for vanity, but for victory. Someone in your circle is waiting to be reminded that they, too, can rise. Like this word to push it further. Comment so the fire spreads wider. And subscribe so you remain connected to a family of torchbearers walking the same path. This is not about numbers, it is about keeping the flame alive together. Chosen one. Carrying fire is not easy. You will be misunderstood. You will be resisted. You will even be attacked. But none of this can quench the flame within you. The more opposition comes, the brighter you will burn. The more rejection you face, the further your light will reach. The more warfare surrounds you, the stronger your fire will blaze. You are unstoppable, because the source of your flame is unshakable. Remember the prophets of old. Jeremiah's words burned in his bones until he could not remain silent. Isaiah's lips were touched with fire, and he became a voice to nations. Elijah called down fire from heaven and turned a generation back to God. Each one carried flame, and each one left a legacy. You, too, belong to this lineage. You, too, are called to carry fire into your generation. Do not despise the fire. At times, it will feel heavy, even consuming. But fire is both purifier and guide. It burns away what cannot remain, but it also lights the path forward. Trust that the fire within you is holy. It will not destroy you, it will define you. Beloved, there will come moments when you feel the temptation to dim your light, to silence your voice, to hide your fire for the sake of peace. Resist that urge. The world does not need a muted flame. It needs a blazing torch. Every time you shine, darkness loses ground. Every time you speak, lies lose power. Every time you burn, heaven advances. So, rise. Chosen one, carry your torch with boldness. Step into rooms knowing you are a vessel of fire. Speak with authority. Live with purity. Move with courage. The flame you bear is not small, it is heaven's fire. Nations are waiting for it. Families are desperate for it. Generations will thank you for carrying it. And when you feel weary, remember, you are not carrying this fire alone. The Spirit Himself is the oil that sustains you, the wind that fans your flame, the presence that keeps your torch burning bright. You will not burn out, because you are not burning in your own strength. You are burning with eternal fire. Chosen one. Your time as a torchbearer has come, no longer hidden, no longer silent, no longer afraid. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Chosen one. Let us speak of something sacred and unshakable, the dreams that will not die. There are visions you carry, desires that burn inside of you, assignments planted deep in your heart that refuse to fade no matter how much time has passed. You may have tried to silence them, convincing yourself that they were too big, too far, too impossible. Yet they remain. They stir in your sleep. They whisper in your waking hours. They tug at your spirit when you attempt to settle for less. These dreams are not the inventions of your imagination. They are seeds of eternity sown into your soul by God Himself. You see, dreams that come from man can be shaken. They wither when storms hit. They die when time passes. But dreams planted by God cannot be uprooted. They may go dormant for a season, hidden beneath the soil of silence. But they are still alive, and at the appointed time, they will rise again. The fact that you cannot let go of certain visions is evidence that they were never yours to begin with. They are heaven's assignment living inside you. Chosen one. Think back to the earliest days when your heart first stirred with those dreams. You may have been a child, not yet able to name them, but you felt them. You may have been a teenager, looking at the world and wondering why your spirit longed for something greater than what others seemed satisfied with. You may have been an adult, weary, yet still carrying a spark that would not fade. Those moments were not random. They were encounters with destiny. And though life has tried to bury those dreams through disappointment, rejection, delay, and pain, they have survived. Every no that life spoke was simply pruning. Every closed door was redirection. Every season of silence was preparation. Your dreams did not die. They were being refined. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ, who gives me strength. This truth is the anchor of your dreams. They are not sustained by your ability, but by His strength. They are not limited by your weakness, but fueled by His power. You may feel inadequate, but inadequacy has never been an obstacle for God. What He plants, He empowers. What He begins, He sustains. Chosen one, let hope rise again. The dreams inside of you are not foolish, not childish, not unrealistic. They are assignments waiting for your agreement. Heaven placed them in you not to tease you, but to use you. They are not decorations, they are directions. The reason they persist is because they are tied to the lives of others, to the purposes of God, to the unfolding of His plan. Beloved, your dreams are also weapons. They give you something to aim toward when despair surrounds you. They keep your spirit alive when trials press in. They are reminders that there is more, that your story is not finished, that heaven's design still holds you. Without vision, people perish. With vision, people endure. This is why you have survived what should have destroyed you, because your dreams anchored you to a future not yet seen. Do not despise the waiting. Many dreams are incubated in hidden seasons. Joseph carried dreams of leadership while living in pits and prisons. David carried dreams of kingship while tending sheep and running from enemies. Abraham carried dreams of nations while living childless for decades. Delay does not equal denial. Waiting is not wasted. It is the furnace where faith matures. Endurance strengthens, and character is formed. Chosen one, every time you thought the dream was gone, God was watching. Every time you whispered, maybe it wasn't real, He whispered, wet. Every time you tried to bury it, He let circumstances remind you. The very fact that the dream refuses to leave is proof that it still breathes. And soon, what you carried privately will be revealed publicly. Understand this, the dream is not just about you. It is about others who will find life through your obedience. When Joseph's dream was fulfilled, an entire nation was saved from famine. When Moses' calling was revealed, an entire people were delivered from bondage. When Esther embraced her moment, an entire generation was preserved. Your dream, chosen one, is bigger than you. It is tied to deliverance, breakthrough, and transformation for many others. That is why it will not die. It cannot die. Beloved, you may fear that it is too late. Time has passed. Opportunities have slipped away, and years have been lost. But eternity does not operate by your clock. God restores what time has stolen. He accelerates what seems delayed. He resurrects what appears dead. Even now, He is breathing life into dormant seeds. The dream you thought had expired is rising again. Stronger, purer, more refined than before. Take courage. Do not let doubt smother the flame. Do not let disappointment bury the seed. Do not let fear dictate your future. The dream is alive, and so are you. What heaven has planted cannot be uprooted by hell. What God has spoken cannot be silenced by man. What destiny demands cannot be erased by time. Chosen one, nurture the dream again. Pray into it. Speak life over it. Align your steps with it. Do not hide it in shame or dismiss it in fear. Let it rise, because it carries the fingerprints of God. You are the vessel chosen to carry it, and He will not let it die in your hands. Lift your eyes and see it again. Feel the stirring in your spirit. Recognize that what you carry is eternal, and walk boldly, knowing that your dreams are not fragile fantasies, but divine assignments. They may bend, but they will not break. They may wait, but they will not die. Chosen one. Let us turn now to the weapon that has been entrusted to you, your voice. This is not about the sound of your speech, the volume of your words, or the elegance of your language. It is about the authority carried when you open your mouth in alignment with heaven. Your voice is not ordinary. It is a weapon sharpened by experience, an instrument forged in the fire of trials, a tool that carries life and death. When you speak, atmospheres shift, chains break, and destinies are stirred. From the beginning, God has used voices to create and transform. The world itself was formed by His voice. Let there be light. Prophets carried words that shifted nations. Apostles carried words that birthed churches. And even Jesus Himself was revealed as the Word made flesh. If heaven invests such power in spoken word, how much more has He designed your voice to carry authority? Think about it. Chosen one. How many times have you remained silent because you felt unworthy, unprepared, or unseen? How many times did you bite back words that burned inside of you because you feared rejection? And yet, even in silence, the fire in your bones remained. You cannot escape this truth. Your voice is needed. Silence may feel safer, but it robs the world of the sound God has placed within you. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." These words, spoken by Jesus, reveal the very nature of voice. His words brought peace where there was fear, comfort where there was chaos, strength where there was weakness, and your voice, when surrendered to Him, carries that same echo. When you speak His truth, you release peace into storms and light into shadows. Chosen one. Your voice is more than opinion. It is more than noise. It is declaration. The enemy fears your voice because he knows the power of confession. Life and death are in the tongue, and every time you choose to speak life, you dismantle his schemes. Every time you declare truth, you silence lies. Every time you worship, you dethrone darkness. This is why warfare against your voice has been so fierce. You may have battled insecurity, rejection, or even literal attacks against your ability to speak. These were not random. They were strategic attempts to silence a weapon heaven designed to be heard. Beloved, understand that your voice is not just for others, it is also for yourself. When you declare truth aloud, your own soul hears it. When you pray with your voice, your spirit is strengthened. When you worship audibly, your atmosphere changes. Silent faith is real, but spoken faith is fire. Your voice aligns your inner world with God's word, and that alignment produces power. Your voice also carries prophetic weight. You may not see yourself as a prophet, but prophecy is not only foretelling, it is forthtelling. Every time you declare God's promises over your life, your family, or your circumstances, you are prophesying. You are speaking into existence what heaven has already decreed. Do not underestimate the authority you carry. When your words align with God's word, they cannot return empty. They must accomplish their purpose. Chosen one, your voice has the power to tear down strongholds. Strongholds are not only external, they exist in minds and hearts. Lies, fears, insecurities, and generational curses are fortified by silence. But when you speak, when you declare truth, when you confront lies with the word of God, those walls begin to crumble. This is why your testimony is vital. When you share what God has done, you are not only reminding yourself, you are tearing down walls for others. Do not despise the sound of your voice. It does not need to be polished or perfect. What matters is authenticity and alignment with heaven. God is not looking for eloquence. He is looking for surrender. He is not moved by how beautiful your words are, but by how yielded your heart is. Speak with authenticity, and your words will pierce deeper than the most polished speeches. Beloved, remember the story of Moses. He argued with God, saying he was slow of speech, unqualified to be a voice before Pharaoh. Yet God chose him anyway. Why? Because it was never about Moses' ability, but about God's authority flowing through him. The same is true for you. Your voice may feel weak, but heaven amplifies it. You may feel unskilled, but the Spirit empowers you. Chosen one, lift your voice again. Pray out loud. Even when you feel tired, worship audibly. Even when your heart feels heavy, speak life into your own soul. Even when despair whispers louder, declare God's promises in your home, in your family, in your workplace. Your voice carries weight that silence cannot match. Your voice is also a flame meant to ignite others. When you speak encouragement, weary hearts are lifted. When you share truth, confused minds find clarity. When you sing, broken spirits feel hope. Your sound is unique. It carries something no one else's can. Do not underestimate the healing, breakthrough, and strength your words can release into someone else's life. Chosen one, the time for silence is over. The enemy has muted you long enough. Fear has silenced you long enough. Doubt has restrained you long enough. The flame in your voice is rising again. Use it boldly, courageously, relentlessly. Speak when the Spirit prompts you. Even if your voice trembles, sing when your heart aches. Even if tears fall, pray when you feel weakest, for that is when heaven listens most closely. Beloved, your voice is your weapon. Sharpen it with truth. Wield it with courage. Release it with faith. Do not hold back any longer. The world needs to hear the sound that only you can release. Chosen one, let your spirit pay attention now, for what I must speak carries the weight of eternity. You are closer than you realize to a dangerous edge. The Spirit whispers with urgency, you are one rebellion away. This does not mean that God delights in threatening his children. No, it means his love is warning you. Because to continue resisting his call is to walk into blindness. Conviction is a gift, but conviction ignored again and again leads to silence. And silence is the most terrifying sound a chosen one can ever experience. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 5, verse 23. But these people have stubborn and rebellious hearts. They have turned aside and gone away. These words are not just history, they are warning. They reveal the cost of rebellion. A heart that consistently resists God's invitation eventually hardens until it can no longer hear. And yet, even now, mercy is crying out to you. Even now, the Spirit is extending his hand. That is why this word has reached you today. Chosen one. Rebellion does not always appear as open defiance. It often looks like delay. It looks like saying tomorrow when God is asking for today. It looks like compromise, half yes and half no. It looks like distraction, letting lesser things consume your focus while the eternal waits untouched. You may not have cursed his name, but ignoring his voice is rebellion in disguise. The Spirit is warning you because he does not want your heart to grow cold. Beloved, you are at a crossroads. One more step of rebellion could cost you clarity. One more ignored conviction could silence the whisper of the Spirit. One more delay could close a door that will not reopen. Heaven loves you too much to let you walk blind into destruction. That is why this message finds you here and now. Think of how many times God has already intervened for you. He stopped you from going further down paths that would have ruined you. He rescued you when you were close to destruction. He pulled you back when you almost surrendered to despair. These were not random, they were mercy. But mercy is not endless if rebellion persists. There comes a point where God allows a hardened heart to have its way, and that path leads to darkness. Chosen one. This word is not meant to crush you, it is meant to awaken you. If you feel conviction, even as you read, it is proof you are not lost. It is proof your heart is still alive, still tender, still reachable. The warning is not punishment, it is protection. Heaven is saying, do not step further. Do not gamble with rebellion. Return now. 1. Beloved, rebellion always costs more than it promises. It offers temporary pleasure, but steals lasting peace. It gives fleeting satisfaction, but births deep regret. It blinds in the moment, but leaves scars that remain for years. And though forgiveness is always available, scars still carry weight. Do not let rebellion write unnecessary pain into your story. Choose surrender before the consequences. Choose you. The Spirit is saying to you now, pause. Examine your life. Where have you delayed obedience? Where have you silenced conviction? Where have you walked halfway when God called you to walk fully? These are the places rebellion hides, waiting to steal what belongs to you. But this is also where repentance begins, where freedom is born, where destiny is restored. Chosen one, your story does not have to end in rebellion. It can turn here. It can shift now. Repentance is not shame, it is liberation. It is the lifting of burdens, the opening of doors, the clearing of vision. It is the place where rebellion dies and renewal begins. And that place is available to you this very moment. Hear me. You are chosen not because you are perfect, but because you are marked. You are chosen not because you never fall, but because you always rise. Rebellion may have marked chapters of your past, but it does not have to define your future. You can choose surrender. You can choose obedience. You can choose to walk fully in the light of your calling. And now, chosen one, I ask you to seal this moment. Comment. The prophetic number 888. 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 3 8s declare complete renewal. By writing 888, you are declaring that rebellion will not write your story, that a new beginning starts today, that you choose restoration over resistance. This is not superstition, it is agreement. It is your spirit declaring in faith, I will not be blind. I will walk in newness. And when you type it, you are not just posting digits, you are testifying. You are aligning with heaven's invitation. You are proclaiming that this warning was not wasted on you, that you heard, you felt, and you responded. And when you respond, heaven moves. Angels record it. Chains weaken. Doors prepare to open. Beloved, do not delay. The urgency of this word is heaven's love in motion. It is God saying, I see where you are headed, and I refuse to let you walk there blind. Receive the warning as love, not condemnation. Respond with surrender, not resistance. And let this be the moment your story shifts into renewal. Chosen one, never forget, rebellion is one step away, but so is restoration. You decide which direction you will walk. And today, heaven is urging you, choose life, choose light, choose surrender. Let new beginnings rise like dawn after a long night. Chosen one, let us lift our gaze toward the eternal, for the crowns prepared are not distant ideas but divine realities. You must know this. Every sacrifice, every trial endured, every tear shed in faith, every quiet act of obedience is weaving for you an eternal reward. The crown of glory, the crown of life, the crown of righteousness. These are not metaphors, but promises sealed by the one who cannot lie. Too often, the weight of this world makes you forget what awaits. You feel the pressure of bills, responsibilities, relationships, and battles, and you lose sight of the horizon. Yet heaven whispers constantly, this life is but a breath, and eternity is the true story. What you choose now, what you endure now, what you remain faithful in now, will echo forever. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing. This crown is your inheritance, not only for apostles and prophets, not only for the giants of faith in history, but for you, the chosen one, walking faithfully in your generation. Beloved, think of the paradox. This world often rewards the loud, the powerful, the corrupt, yet heaven rewards the faithful, the humble, the surrendered. Your quiet yes matters more than their noisy pride. Your hidden obedience outweighs their public applause. Your perseverance under pressure carries eternal weight that cannot be measured by earthly scales. Heaven counts differently, and heaven has prepared crowns for you. Crowns are not ornaments, they are symbols of authority and testimony of endurance. They declare to all creation that you overcame. They are not given for perfection, but for persistence, not for fame, but for faithfulness. You may have stumbled, but you did not quit. You may have wept, but you did not turn away. You may have felt weak, but you leaned on His strength. These are the qualifications of the crowned, chosen one. Understand this. Your trials are not wasted. Every hardship endured faithfully is building an eternal reward. Every rejection, every false accusation, every lonely night, every broken season, all of it becomes jewels in your crown. The very things the enemy meant to break you will be transformed into testimony that adorns you in glory. Imagine the day when you stand before the throne, and He places that crown upon your head, not because of your perfection, but because of your perseverance, not because you never doubted, but because you never abandoned. That moment will make every sacrifice worthwhile. The pain will fade in the light of eternal joy, and the scars will shine as proof of victory. Beloved, do not let the temporary struggles of this life blind you to eternal glory. The enemy wants you to believe that obedience is futile, that holiness is wasted, that endurance is meaningless. But the truth is this: the crown awaits. Heaven sees every act of faith, no matter how small. Heaven remembers every prayer, even the ones whispered through tears. Heaven honors every sacrifice, even those no one else saw. Your crown is also generational. The obedience you walk in will not only bring reward to you, but it will ripple through those connected to you, your children, your family. Your spiritual lineage will reap the blessings of your faithfulness, and in eternity, you will see the full picture, the countless lives impacted because you chose to endure. Chosen one, do not envy the temporary crowns of this world. They glitter now, but fade quickly. Wealth, fame, recognition, these are fragile, fleeting, and hollow. But the crowns of heaven never tarnish, never fade, never lose value. They are eternal symbols of glory, shining forever in the presence of the King. And here is a sacred truth: even the crowns we receive are not for hoarding. Scripture reveals that the elders around the throne cast their crowns before Him, declaring that He alone is worthy. In that moment, you will realize that every act of endurance was not about your own glory, but His. And laying down your crown will not be loss. It will be the purest form of worship. Beloved, take courage in this. The suffering you endure now is light compared to the eternal weight of glory it is producing. The fire you walk through is refining your crown. The storms you survive are adding brilliance to it. The valleys you navigate are etching endurance into it. Nothing is wasted. Everything is building toward that moment when the King Himself will say, "Well done, chosen one." You may feel weary now, but your reward is secure. You may feel hidden now, but your crown is being crafted. You may feel overlooked now, but heaven has not forgotten you. Keep your eyes fixed on what is eternal. Let the hope of your crown give you strength to endure. Let the vision of that day empower you to rise again and again. No matter how many times you fall, your crown is not only waiting, it is already being shaped by your choices today. Every moment of obedience adds to its beauty. Every step of faith strengthens its foundation. Every act of love polishes its shine. Live with eternity in mind, for eternity is shaping you, even now. Chosen one, When you feel the weight of life pressing down, remember the crown lifting up. When you feel the enemy whisper that you are wasting your time, remember the eternal reward that no demon can touch. When you feel tempted to quit, remember the day you will stand crowned before the King. That day is real. That day is near. And that day will make all things worth it. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Continue your journey with endurance. For you are not merely surviving, you are moving toward a crown that has been prepared just for you. Chosen one. You have carried weight. You have endured fire. And you have stood in storms, but now the Spirit whispers a deeper revelation, the cost of glory. Many desire the crown, yet few embrace the cross. Many long for honor, yet resist the suffering that shapes it. But you, beloved, have walked through valleys that others avoided, and those valleys were not wasted. Every pain you endured, every tear you shed, every betrayal you survived was the price of oil, the preparation for glory. The cost of glory is not something to be feared, it is something to be understood. Without crushing, there is no oil. Without pressure, there is no diamond. Without fire, there is no purified gold. Your suffering has not been meaningless. It has been the furnace of transformation. You did not lose your battles. You were refined by them. You did not carry pain for nothing. It produced endurance, wisdom, and strength that cannot be stolen. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 48, verse 10. See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. These words explain your journey. You have not been punished. You have been purified. You have not been abandoned. You have been anointed. The furnace you walked through was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal what was indestructible within you. Chosen one. The cost of glory explains why your life has never been easy. While others seem to glide through comfort, you were placed in battles. While others walked in simplicity, you wrestled with complexity. While others were allowed to remain ordinary, you were called to be extraordinary. And extraordinary vessels require extraordinary refining. You were not overlooked. You were hand-picked for fire. Beloved, I know there were moments when you questioned whether it was worth it. You asked, why me? Why must my road be so hard? Yet even in your questions, heaven was answering silently, because you carry glory, because your story will shake others, because your endurance will bring deliverance to many. Your struggles were never only about you. They were about those who would one day find freedom through your testimony. The cost of glory also means separation. There were people you wanted to hold on to, but they could not endure the fire assigned to you. There were opportunities you wished to take, but they would have diluted your anointing. There were paths that seemed easier, but they would have led to compromise. Glory demands purity, and purity often requires letting go. It hurt, yes, but the loss was protection. Heaven prunes what cannot remain, so that only what is eternal may grow. Chosen one, when you look back at your scars, do not see them as signs of defeat. See them as proof that you paid the price. Every scar is a receipt of glory. Every wound healed is evidence that you endured the cost. And what is the reward? Authority, oil, fire, a crown that no one can take away. Beloved, this is why you must continue forward with courage. Do not despise the cost. It is shaping your capacity. Do not curse the fire. It is birthing your authority. Do not regret the pain it is producing, eternal weight of glory. One day, when you stand before the throne, you will see clearly that not one tear was wasted, not one trial was meaningless, not one sacrifice was ignored. The Apostle Paul declared that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. This is your truth. The cost feels unbearable now, but the glory will make it light. The price feels heavy now, but the reward will make it worth it. You are not paying for nothing. You are investing into eternity. And now, let me pause and speak sincerely to your heart. If these words stir something within you, if you know the cost has been real in your life, then let us keep this fire burning together. Like this message, so it may reach more chosen ones who are questioning whether their pain has purpose. Share it, not as promotion, but as ministry, so that someone in despair may discover that their suffering is not wasted. And if you have not yet subscribed, join this family, not as a number, but as a torchbearer walking the same path. Together, we remind each other, the cost is real, but the glory is greater. Chosen one, hold tightly to this. The glory on your life cannot be cheap, because the calling on your life is great. Ordinary lives require ordinary preparation, but chosen lives require extraordinary refining. Do not compare your process to others. Your process is proof of your mantle. The very weight you carry reveals the measure of glory awaiting you. So walk boldly into your future. Embrace the fire, for it purifies. Embrace the crushing, for it produces oil. Embrace the cost, for it guarantees glory. You are chosen not for ease, but for impact. And every sacrifice you make, every battle you endure, every tear you shed is bringing you closer to the fullness of what heaven has written for you. The cost of glory is high, but you were created to carry it. And soon, chosen one, you will see that it was worth it all. Chosen one, lean closer, because I must remind you of something you may have forgotten in the noise of life. Your prayers shook hell. Do not underestimate what happened when you whispered in the night, when you cried with no words, when you poured your heart out in exhaustion. Those moments felt weak to you, but in the spirit realm, they were thunder. Your prayers, no matter how broken, no matter how trembling, carried authority that darkness could not ignore. There were times when you thought no one heard you. You doubted whether heaven was listening. You questioned whether your words evaporated into the air. Yet the truth is this: every prayer you released was collected, stored, and answered in ways you may never fully see on this side of eternity. None of your words were wasted. None of your cries went unheard. Heaven leaned in every time you prayed. The ancient words recorded in Revelation, chapter 5, verse 8, declare, each one had a harp, and they were holding golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of God's people. Do you see it? Chosen one, your prayers are incense before the throne of God. They rise, they linger, they fill heaven's atmosphere with fragrance. Even the prayers you forgot remain before Him. They are not lost. They are alive. Beloved, do you realize what this means? Hell shook because your prayers invited heaven's armies into battle. When you prayed for protection, angels were dispatched. When you prayed for strength, heaven poured oil into your soul. When you prayed for others, chains you could not see, began to break. The enemy wanted you to believe your prayers were weak, because he knew the truth. They were weapons. Your prayers also shifted your own heart. Each time you prayed, even when you felt nothing, something within you was being aligned. Faith grew, endurance strengthened, hope flickered again. You thought you were simply speaking words, but in reality, you were shaping your own soul into the image of God. Prayer is not only about answers, it is about transformation. And you, chosen one, have been transformed every time you chose to pray instead of giving up. Think of the battles you faced that should have destroyed you, depression that pressed so heavy, yet it did not win. Fear that screamed loudly, yet it did not silence you. Attacks that came suddenly, yet you survived them. Why? Because your prayers shook hell. They were your shield, your sword, your lifeline. The enemy hates praying believers because he knows prayer builds walls he cannot climb and releases fire he cannot quench. Chosen one, there were moments you thought, I can only whisper one word, and that one word was enough. There were moments you groaned with no language at all, and the Spirit interceded through you. Prayer is not about eloquence, it is about connection. It is not about the length of your words, but the posture of your heart. And your heart, though weary, kept reaching upward. That reaching was victory. Hell fears persistence. Every time you prayed again, even after silence, you struck another blow. Every time you prayed again, even after disappointment, you proved your faith was not fragile. Every time you prayed again, even with tears, you proved your endurance. And that persistence is why hell shook. The enemy knows he cannot win against a chosen one who refuses to stop praying. Beloved, hear me, your prayers are not over. The bowls in heaven are not empty. Answers are still unfolding. Breakthrough is still moving. Miracles are still on the way. Some prayers you prayed years ago are only now being answered, because heaven's timing is perfect. Do not give up simply because you do not yet see. What you have prayed has already shaken realms beyond your sight. This is why the Spirit is urging you to keep going. Do not abandon prayer now. Do not silence your weapon now. You carry authority when you open your mouth, and even the smallest prayer has eternal weight when spoken in faith. Heaven responds, hell trembles, chains weaken, and you, chosen one, walk forward with greater strength. I want you to declare it out loud, and even seal it with your action. Write in the comments, prayer breaks chains. Why? Because when you declare it, you are agreeing with heaven's truth. You are reminding your own soul that prayer is power. You are announcing to the unseen realm that you will not be silent, that you will not surrender, that you will continue to wield the weapon that has always been your victory. Chosen one, do not underestimate the ripple effect of your prayers. You prayed for your family, and heaven heard. You prayed for your future, and heaven recorded. You prayed for your healing, and heaven responded in ways greater than you can imagine. Sometimes the answer came quickly. Sometimes the answer is still unfolding. But always, the answer is shaped by His wisdom and His love. Remember, even Jesus prayed with tears, and His prayers shook not only earth, but eternity itself. If the Son of God needed to pray, how much more must we? And if His prayers were heard, how much more will yours be heard? since you are covered by his name, beloved. Rise in confidence. Let your voice be lifted again. Whisper, if you must. Shout if you can. But never be silent. Your prayers are not empty, they are filled with fire. Your prayers are not weak, they are saturated with power. Your prayers are not ignored, they are treasured in heaven's courts. So stand strong. Chosen one. Continue to pray. Continue to intercede. Continue to release the sound that shakes both heaven and hell. Because you are not just speaking, you are shifting eternity. Chosen one. Your journey has been one of battles and breakthroughs. But there is a truth you must hold close. Every season of wilderness had a purpose. The wilderness is not punishment, it is preparation. It is the place where distractions are stripped away, where dependence on God becomes your lifeline, and where your identity is forged in fire. You may have despised those seasons, wondering why you felt so alone. But heaven calls them holy. The wilderness is where the chosen are separated from the crowd. Israel wandered 40 years in the desert, not because God abandoned them, but because he was shaping them. He turned slaves into sons, wanderers into warriors, and fearful people into a nation prepared for promise. Your wilderness, too, has been shaping you. It has not been wasted time. It has been divine training. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy. Chapter 8, verse 2. Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. This explains your path. God led you, not by the quickest road, but by the refining one. He humbled you, tested you, revealed your heart, and proved your endurance. Chosen one. The wilderness is uncomfortable because it strips away illusions. In the wilderness, you cannot rely on the applause of people because no one is watching. You cannot lean on the comforts of routine because they are gone. You cannot depend on your own strength because it is not enough. In that place, you discover that God is your only source. And when he is your only source, you realize he is all you need. Beloved, the wilderness has also been your proving ground. You learned patience when answers were delayed. You learned trust when provision was scarce. You learned resilience when loneliness pressed in. Every tear, every question, every desperate cry became part of your training. And though you may not have seen it then, you are stronger now because of it. The wilderness is also where idols die. When Israel left Egypt, they carried not only belongings, but also mindsets of slavery. In the wilderness, those false attachments were exposed. In your life, too, the wilderness exposed what could not remain relationships, habits, identities that were not aligned with your destiny. Painful though it was, this was mercy, for had you carried them into your promised future, they would have sabotaged your calling. Chosen one, do not despise the silence of the wilderness. Silence is not absence, it is intimacy. God speaks in whispers there, training your ear to recognize his voice. In the crowd, his voice is drowned out, but in the wilderness, it becomes clear. What you heard in those hidden seasons will sustain you in the open doors ahead. Beloved, you must also know that the wilderness is temporary. It is a season, not a sentence. Israel's desert was meant to be a journey into promise, not a permanent dwelling. Your wilderness, too, is not forever. The lessons learned there are eternal, but the place itself is passing. You are walking towards something greater. You will not die in the desert. You will rise from it, refined and ready. The wilderness has also revealed resilience you did not know you carried. Think of the times you thought, "I cannot endure another day." Yet you did. Think of the moments when strength was gone, yet you rose again. Think of the days when hope seemed lost, yet light returned. These are proofs that your spirit is stronger than you believed. Not because of you, but because of the one who sustained you. Chosen one. Your wilderness seasons are your testimony. When you speak of them, others will see hope for their own deserts. When you share how God met you there, they will believe He can meet them too. Your pain becomes their encouragement. Your scars become their guideposts. Your endurance becomes their inspiration. Do not hide your wilderness. Let it shine as proof of God's faithfulness. Beloved, remember this. Jesus Himself faced the wilderness. Before He began His ministry, He was led into the desert for 40 days. There, He fasted, prayed, and confronted the enemy. The wilderness did not weaken Him, it revealed His authority. The same is true for you. What you endured there was not to destroy you, but to establish your authority. You leave the wilderness not empty, but equipped. So, chosen one, lift your eyes. Do not curse the desert you have walked through. See it for what it is, the furnace of preparation, the training ground of destiny, the place where intimacy with God deepened. Without the wilderness, you would not be ready for what lies ahead. With it, you are prepared for battles and breakthroughs far greater than you imagine. One day, you will look back and thank God for the wilderness, the tears, the silence, the questions. All of it will make sense when you stand in the promise, carrying strength forged in fire. You will see clearly that the wilderness was never abandonment. It was always love. Chosen one. There is something sacred that you have carried often without realizing it. The mantle of intercession. This is not just about praying casually for others or whispering a blessing here and there. Intercession is warfare. It is standing in the gap between heaven and earth, between judgment and mercy, between despair and hope. It is carrying others on your shoulders into the throne room of God, even when they have no strength to go there themselves. You may have thought your restless nights were weakness. You may have thought your tears over situations that were not your own were strange, but in truth, those were moments of intercession. Heaven was stirring your spirit to feel what others could not feel, to weep when others were numb, to plead when others were silent. Intercession is the heartbeat of the chosen, and it has been woven into your very identity. The prophet Ezekiel recorded in chapter 22, verse 30, "I looked for someone among them who would build up the wall and stand before me in the gap on behalf of the land, so I would not have to destroy it. But I found no one." These words echo with urgency. God seeks intercessors. He searches for those who will stand in the breach, who will lift prayers not only for themselves, but for entire families, communities, even nations. Chosen one, you are that someone. Beloved, intercession is costly. It demands that you carry weight that is not your own. It pulls you into battles you may not understand fully. It burdens your spirit with cries you cannot explain. Yet this is the privilege of being chosen to partner with heaven in shifting realities on earth. While others sleep, you are awake. While others ignore, you feel. While others complain, you pray. You may not see the fruit immediately, but intercession is never wasted. The prayers you prayed in secret became shields around loved ones who never knew danger was near. The tears you cried became seeds of breakthrough in lives you will never meet. The burden you carried became deliverance for souls who were one decision away from destruction. You do not always witness the outcome, but heaven records every intercession. Chosen one. Intercession also reshapes you. As you pray for others, compassion grows. As you carry their weight, your heart becomes more like God's. Intercession teaches you to look beyond yourself, to see the world through heaven's eyes, to love beyond convenience. This is why God entrusts you with it, not only because others need your prayers, but because you need the transformation it brings. Do not despise the heaviness you sometimes feel. That heaviness is often heaven's invitation. When you suddenly feel the urge to pray for someone, when a name comes to mind without reason, when tears fall without explanation, respond. That is the Spirit stirring intercession. You may never know the full story, but your obedience in that moment could be the very thing that shifts destiny. Beloved, intercession is powerful because it mirrors the ministry of Jesus. He is the ultimate intercessor, seated at the right hand of the Father, always living to make intercession for us. When you intercede, you are aligning yourself with His eternal ministry. You are echoing His prayers, partnering with His heart, releasing His power. To intercede is to be most like Him, chosen one. Remember that intercession is not only words, it is posture. It is kneeling in humility, standing in authority, lifting in compassion. It is giving your time, your energy, your voice for the sake of others. It is spiritual warfare fought in unseen places. Battles waged not with swords but with groans too deep for words. This is why it feels heavy, because it is holy. Your intercession has likely been misunderstood. Others may not see why you carry such weight, why you cry for people you barely know, why you spend hours in prayer when results are invisible. But you must remember, intercession is not about visibility, it is about victory. It is not about being seen by people, it is about being heard by heaven. And heaven always hears. Beloved, your prayers are building walls. They are fortifying defenses. They are creating openings for light to enter. They are dismantling schemes of darkness. Do not believe the lie that your voice is small. When aligned with heaven, your voice carries thunder. When surrendered to God, your prayers carry fire. You are not just speaking, you are shifting. Chosen one. Intercession is also legacy. The prayers you pray today will outlive you. They will cover children yet unborn, shape futures you will never see, and prepare pathways for generations to come. This is why intercession matters so deeply. It extends beyond your lifetime into eternity's timeline. Take courage. Then, when you feel weary, remember, you are not interceding alone. The Spirit Himself intercedes through you with groans too deep for words. Jesus Himself joins you at the throne. Angels respond to your prayers with speed. You are part of a divine network of intercession that stretches across time and space, uniting heaven and earth. Chosen one, Never despise this mantle. It is one of the highest honors heaven could entrust to you. To intercede is to carry the heartbeat of God. To intercede is to rescue lives from the grip of darkness. To intercede is to partner with eternity itself. And you, beloved, are chosen to stand in the gap. Chosen one. There is a mystery you must not overlook. Timing. Heaven moves according to divine appointments, not human schedules. You have wondered why some doors seemed delayed, why some prayers seemed unanswered, why some promises seemed distant. But the Spirit whispers, it was never denial, it was timing. What you thought was silence was synchronization. What you assumed was delay was divine alignment. Heaven was arranging pieces you could not see, preparing hearts you did not know, and positioning you for a moment that carries eternal weight. Beloved, God is not slow as humans count slowness. He is precise. He is intentional. Every step, every pause, every redirection has been part of His orchestration. If doors opened too soon, you would not have been ready. If promises came too early, they would have overwhelmed you. Timing is heaven's way of protecting your destiny, not withholding it. Chosen one. Divine timing is also a teacher. While you wait, your character is tested, your patience is stretched, and your faith is purified. Waiting feels like delay, but in truth it is preparation. The Spirit uses waiting to remove fear, pride, and selfish ambition from your heart, like a potter shaping clay. God molds you into a vessel capable of carrying the weight of the blessing without breaking under it. If you receive too early, the gift can crush you, but when you are ready, the gift will empower you. Think back on seasons when you prayed for things that never came when you wanted them. If they had come then, you would not have been able to handle them. Now you can see why God's timing was protection dressed as delay. The longer the waiting, the greater the preparation, and the greater the preparation, the more secure the promise. Beloved, remember that timing is often revealed suddenly. Long seasons of silence can shift in a single moment. Joseph waited years in prison, but in one day he was raised to rule Egypt. Esther lived as a hidden orphan until in one moment she was called into the king's palace. The disciples waited in an upper room, and suddenly the Spirit descended like fire. Your season may look endless, but the turning point can arrive without warning. That is why you must stay ready. Your suddenly could come at any moment. Heaven often hides breakthroughs in ordinary days. What feels like just another sunrise could actually be the day of alignment, the day of answered prayer, the day of doors opening. Do not despise the waiting, for the waiting builds expectancy, and when the shift comes, it will be so swift and undeniable that you will know it was only God's timing that made it possible. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. This truth anchors you. There is time for planting, time for harvesting, time for silence, time for speaking. Seasons change, but purpose remains. And now, chosen one, you are approaching a shift in seasons. Do you feel it? The restlessness, the stirring, the sense that something is about to change. That is the Spirit whispering that timing is turning. You have been hidden long enough. You have been refined long enough. The wilderness has done its work. Now the appointed moment is drawing near. But the question is, will you discern it? Many miss their appointed time because they are distracted or weary. They give up just before breakthrough arrives. They settle into despair when doors are about to swing open. Chosen one, do not let that be your story. Stay awake. Stay watchful. Stay sensitive. Your timing is coming. And when it arrives, everything will align quickly. What took years of waiting will shift in moments of favor. Beloved, divine timing also requires your cooperation. When the door opens, you must walk through it. When the Spirit prompts, you must obey without hesitation. When opportunity arrives, you must seize it with courage. Timing without action produces nothing. The moment of alignment demands movement. Heaven can open the way, but you must step forward. Chosen one, reflect for a moment on your life. How many times did you think you were late? Yet God revealed you were right on time. How many times did you think you missed it? Yet He restored it better than before. How many times did you grieve delays, only to realize later that they saved you from disaster? This is the beauty of divine timing. It may confuse you in the moment, but it will amaze you in the end. Beloved, I must remind you, impatience is a trap. The enemy knows he cannot steal your promise, so he tempts you to rush it. He whispers, take the shortcut, force the outcome, settle for less. But shortcuts lead to sorrow. Settling leads to regret. The promise is worth the wait. The timing is worth the trust. Do not trade eternal blessing for temporary relief. Chosen one, timing is also about others. Sometimes your promise is delayed because the people tied to it are not yet ready. God is aligning hearts, preparing places, arranging circumstances. Your obedience is part of a greater tapestry, and you cannot see the whole picture yet. Trust that the delays are not only for your good, but for the good of many connected to you. And now, I invite you to respond prophetically. Type in the comments the number 2222. Why this number? Because 2 is the number of alignment and covenant, and 4 twos together declare complete synchronization with heaven's timing. By writing 2222, you are saying, I trust His timing. I align with His seasons. I will not rush. I will not delay. I will move in step with heaven. This is not ritual, it is agreement. It is a declaration that you will not miss your appointed time. Beloved, when you declare this, heaven hears. Angels are dispatched to ensure you are positioned. Your spirit grows sensitive to discern the season. Strength fills you to wait with patience and move with courage. The prophetic act of typing 2222 is a way of sealing your faith in action, proclaiming that you are aligned with what heaven is doing. Chosen one, timing will always test you. It stretches patience, challenges faith, and confronts your desire for control. But it also strengthens trust, deepens intimacy, and prepares capacity. Trust that the one who holds time in His hands is holding your story as well. He is never too early, never too late, always right on time. So, lift your head, breathe deeply, and rest in this truth. Your season is shifting. What felt delayed is aligning. What seemed silent is awakening. What appeared denied is about to be delivered. And when it happens, it will happen suddenly. Stay ready. Chosen one, your appointed time is near. Chosen one, Hear me clearly. Your identity is not up for debate. The world has tried to label you. People have tried to define you. Circumstances have tried to shape you. But none of these voices have authority over the truth of who you are. Your identity is sealed in heaven. You are marked, set apart, and crowned with destiny long before you ever took your first breath. No failure can erase it. No rejection can cancel it. No darkness can steal it. This is why the battle over your identity has been so fierce. The enemy knows if he can make you doubt who you are, he can weaken your steps. If he can convince you that you are ordinary, you will stop pursuing the extraordinary. If he can fill you with shame, you will hide your crown. If he can drown you in fear, you will silence your voice. But he cannot change your origin. He cannot rewrite your story. You were chosen, and nothing in all creation can undo what God has declared over your life. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 4, "For he chose us in him before the creation of the world to be holy and blameless in his sight." This is the foundation of your identity. Before creation itself, before sin, before pain, before rejection, you were chosen. You are not an accident. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are divinely designed, intentionally crafted, eternally loved, chosen one. Identity is not built on feelings. It is built on truth. You may feel weak, but truth says you are strong in him. You may feel unworthy, but truth says you are holy in his sight. You may feel lost, but truth says you are found. Feelings shift with seasons. But truth stands eternal. Anchor yourself in truth, and the storms of doubt cannot move you. Your identity is also tied to your authority. When you know who you are, you stop living beneath your calling. You stop begging for what already belongs to you. You stop hiding from battles you were born to win. Authority flows from identity. A king's child does not wonder whether he belongs in the palace. He walks with confidence because he knows who his father is. You, too, must rise with the assurance that you are heaven's child, carrying heaven's authority. Beloved, let go of false identities spoken over you, words that said you were a failure, a burden, a mistake. They are lies. The rejection that convinced you you were not enough, it is a lie. The shame that told you your past defines you, it is a lie. Only heaven defines you. Only the one who created you has the authority to name you, and he has named you chosen, beloved, set apart, chosen one. The world may not recognize you yet, but heaven does. Creation itself waits for the revealing of the children of God. Even now, all of creation groans. For the moment, you step fully into who you are. This is why the stirring inside you will not quiet. You cannot remain hidden forever. You cannot remain silent forever. Your identity demands expression. Your destiny demands fulfillment. Beloved, if these words are awakening something in your spirit, I ask you to do something simple yet powerful. Like this message. Not for vanity, but for visibility. So, more chosen ones can be reminded of their true identity. Share it. Not to build a platform, but to build a movement of people walking boldly in who they are. And if you have not yet subscribed, join this family of torchbearers, so you can walk consistently in truth with others who carry the same crown. This is not about numbers, it is about connection. Together, We remind each other of our worth, our authority, and our identity. Chosen one. Identity is also tested. The wilderness tested Jesus when the enemy asked, "If you are the Son of God." But Jesus did not waver, because he knew who he was. You too will be tested. The enemy will whisper, "If you are really chosen, why are you struggling? If you are really loved, why are you rejected? If you are really anointed, why are you hidden?" In those moments, your foundation must be truth. Your response must be, "I am chosen, not because of circumstances, but because God declared it." Beloved. Knowing your identity brings freedom. You no longer need to prove yourself to people. You no longer live enslaved to their approval. You no longer shrink to fit into their expectations. You live boldly, freely, unapologetically as who you are meant to be. And in doing so, you give others permission to do the same. Identity also carries responsibility. To know who you are is to walk in alignment with it. You cannot live like the world when you are marked by heaven. You cannot compromise your values when you are clothed in holiness. You cannot bury your gifts when you are called to shine. To be chosen is to carry weight, but it is also to carry joy. For nothing is more liberating than living in truth. So rise. Chosen one. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and embrace your true identity. Do not live another day beneath your calling. Do not let another lie define you. Do not let another moment of doubt silence your crown. You are chosen. You are beloved. You are marked for glory, and your identity will carry you through every battle, every valley, and every storm until the day you stand before the throne, crowned with everlasting honor. Chosen one. Listen with the ears of your spirit. The battle you face right now is not random. The pressure, the warfare, the opposition, all of it is because you are standing on the threshold of breakthrough. The enemy has studied your patterns, your weaknesses, your wounds. He knows where to push, when to whisper, how to distract. Yet even in his schemes, there is something he cannot change. You are already marked for victory. You are not fighting for triumph. You are fighting from it. The reason the struggle feels so intense is because your next level carries weight. You are stepping into a place where your obedience will not only shift your life, but it will also unlock freedom for others. That is why hell is threatened. That is why the warfare feels relentless. It is not a sign that you are failing. It is proof that you are advancing. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 37, "No. In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." This is your truth. You are not just surviving battles, you are conquering them. You are not just enduring warfare, you are overcoming it. You are not just standing, you are advancing. Chosen one. Warfare takes many forms. Sometimes it comes through external opposition, relationships strained, finances attacked, health shaken. Other times it comes through internal storms, fear rising, doubt whispering, anxiety pressing. Yet whether external or internal, the source is the same, the enemy attempting to stop what he cannot control. But hear this, he cannot stop what heaven has ordained. His resistance is temporary, but your victory is eternal. Beloved, the strategy of hell is to wear you down. If he cannot destroy you, he will try to exhaust you. He wants you to believe you are too tired to continue, too broken to fight, too weary to win. But the Spirit of God within you renews your strength daily. What feels like your end is often heaven's beginning. What feels like defeat is actually the soil for greater victory. Chosen one. Your weapon in this battle is not your strength, but your surrender. The more you yield to God, the stronger you become. The more you pray, the sharper your discernment grows. The more you worship, the weaker darkness becomes. Warfare is not about fighting harder, it is about standing firmer in the truth of who you are. Do not forget, your presence alone is a threat. When you walk into a room, light enters. When you speak, truth pierces. When you pray, chains weaken. You are not passive in this fight. You are a weapon. That is why hell trembles when you rise each morning. That is why the enemy fears your persistence more than your perfection. Beloved, I know the fight has been long. You have asked, when will it end? The truth is, battles never fully cease, but victory is already assured. The question is not whether you will overcome it, is whether you will recognize your authority in the middle of the fight. Stop waiting for peace to prove victory. Walk in victory, even while the storm rages. Chosen one. Every warrior grows weary, but you are not alone. Heaven's army fights with you. Angels surround you. The Spirit strengthens you, and your brothers and sisters in faith stand alongside you. You may feel isolated, but in the spirit realm, you are part of an unshakable army. You are never alone in this battle. Here is what you must declare now, as both a reminder to yourself and as a strike against the enemy. Comment these words: I will overcome. Do not underestimate the power of this simple declaration. When you write it, you are not just typing letters, you are speaking life. You are reminding your soul of its destiny. You are declaring to the unseen realm that defeat is not your portion. Victory is. Chosen one. When you say, I will overcome, heaven agrees with you. Angels are strengthened in their assignment. Darkness is reminded of its defeat. Your own heart is lifted with renewed courage. Declarations matter because words create worlds, and your world must be shaped by truth, not fear. Beloved, let this battle teach you something important. Your authority is not fragile. Every time you resist temptation, you provide it. Every time you keep praying, you strengthen it. Every time you rise again after falling, you reveal it. Authority is not about never stumbling, it is about never staying down. The fight you are in now will one day become your testimony. What feels unbearable now will become the story that inspires others. What feels like warfare now will become wisdom later, and what feels like scars now will become crowns in eternity. The very battle you are in is proof that you are chosen for greater glory. So do not give up. Chosen one, do not retreat. Do not silence your voice. Keep standing. Keep praying. Keep declaring. You are not losing. You are learning. You are not breaking. You are building. You are not defeated. You are destined. And when the dust settles, when the storm passes, when the warfare ends, it will be said of you, this one overcame, this one fought well, this one stood firm, this one was truly chosen, chosen one. It is time to speak about legacy, not the kind that the world chases, measured in wealth, possessions, or recognition, but the eternal legacy written in the Spirit. You may not always see it, but your life is leaving fingerprints on eternity. Every act of obedience, every prayer whispered in faith, every sacrifice you made in silence, these are threads woven into a tapestry far larger than you. Your legacy is not just what you accomplish, but what you impart, and much of it will only be seen when time gives way to eternity. Consider how legacy has always been the story of God's chosen. Abraham was promised descendants as numerous as the stars, and though he only saw Isaac in his lifetime, his obedience birthed nations. Moses led a people through wilderness, but his faith carved a path for generations to enter promise. David's heart for God created a lineage that would one day bring forth the Messiah. Their legacies were not in monuments or statues, but in faith that echoed through generations. And now, chosen one, your story is being written into the same lineage. Legacy often feels invisible in the present. You may think your daily choices are small, your prayers insignificant, your sacrifices unnoticed. But heaven says, the kingdom advances not only through great public acts, but through hidden faithfulness. The world may never record your name in history books, but eternity is writing it in the book of life, engraved forever as one who lived chosen, who lived faithful, who left behind light. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 6. But showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. This is the essence of legacy. What you do in obedience now reverberates into generations you will never meet. Your love for God does not die with you. It ripples into your children, your family line, your spiritual descendant. Even if you feel small, the impact of your faith is immense. Chosen one. Legacy is not built in ease, but in endurance. It is shaped when you choose faith over fear, obedience over compromise, love over bitterness. Legacy is not only what you give to others in life, but also what you prevent, because you chose surrender. Cycles of destruction are broken, because you chose holiness. Patterns of bondage are stopped, because you chose forgiveness. Curses of bitterness are uprooted. Your yes is not only shaping your destiny, it is rewriting your bloodline. Beloved, there are battles you have fought that were never only for you. Some of the warfare pressing against your life was because you were the one chosen to break what ran for generations. Addiction, poverty, fear, shame, rejection. These spirits followed your family line, but they could not continue through you. Your decision to remain faithful is cutting off chains, and those who come after you will walk freer because of your endurance. That is legacy. Legacy is also carried in words. The prayers you speak over your children, even if you never see the fruit, become seeds that heaven waters. The encouragement you give to others lingers long after you are gone. The truth you declare continues, echoing in hearts that once heard you. Words live longer than bodies, and your words of faith are leaving a legacy. Beloved, do not measure your life only by visible results. You may feel you have done little, but the unseen impact is vast. A single prayer you prayed could be the reason someone survived despair. A single word you spoke could be the reason someone chose life instead of death. A single act of kindness could be the reason someone believed God still sees them. These may seem small to you, but heaven calls them eternal treasures. Chosen one. Your legacy is also written in how you endure trials. Others are watching, even when you do not realize it. They see how you keep believing when life grows hard. They see how you keep loving when others betray you. They see how you keep rising after falling. Your endurance becomes their inspiration. Your faith becomes their guide. Your story becomes their hope. You are writing legacy not only with your victories but also with your perseverance. And remember, legacy is not about perfection, it is about direction. God does not demand flawless performance. But consiste sur ender, even when you stumble. Your decision to rise again is shaping those who follow. Legacy is not about never failing, but about never quitting. Every time you return to God, every time you keep going, you are building a foundation for others to stand on. Beloved, legacy is both inheritance and impartation. Inheritance is what you leave for others. Impartation is what you leave in them. Wealth may fade, but wisdom remains. Possessions may be lost, but faith endures. Your impartation is the fire you kindle in hearts, the truth you plant in minds, the love you release into souls. This is what outlives you. This is what heaven values most. Chosen one. Imagine standing one day before the throne, and multitudes you never met step forward to say, "Because of your prayers, I was saved. Because of your faith, I found courage. Because of your endurance, I kept going." This is legacy impact you may never see in life, but will celebrate in eternity. Even now, heaven is recording your legacy. Angels mark your obedience. The Spirit treasures your prayers. The Father delights in your endurance. Nothing you have done for Him has been wasted. Not one act of faith has been overlooked. All of it is part of a story larger than you. A legacy éternel. Beloved, never underestimate the power of your small yes. It may feel insignificant, but in eternity it will shine brighter than you imagine. Keep sowing seeds of faith. Even if you do not see the harvest yet, keep planting prayers. Even if you do not hear the answer yet, keep living, chosen. Even if no one applauds, for your legacy is not built in applause, but in alignment with heaven. So walk forward with this assurance. Your life matters more than you know. Your faith is shaping futures. Your obedience is rewriting stories. Your endurance is leaving an eternal mark. You are chosen, not only to live, but to leave behind a legacy that will shine forever. Chosen one. Let us speak of purity, not the shallow definition the world often reduces it to, but the deep, radiant purity that flows from the heart aligned with heaven. Purity is not simply the absence of sin, it is the presence of wholeness. It is a life not divided, a soul not fractured, a spirit not torn between light and darkness. It is the posture of one who longs for God above all else, who chooses His ways even when the cost is great. Purity matters because presence requires it. Darkness and light cannot share the same dwelling. To carry the glory of God, your vessel must be yielded, refined, and cleansed. This does not mean you will never stumble. It means that when you stumble, you rise quickly, allowing His mercy to wash you, His Spirit to strengthen you, His grace to restore you. Purity is not perfection, it is persistence. It is refusing to let compromise settle in your soul. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23. Above all else, Guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. This is the essence of purity. The heart is the wellspring of life, and what flows from it shapes your entire existence. Guarding your heart means protecting your eyes, your ears, your thoughts, your desires. It means choosing what aligns with heaven, even when the world mocks. It means being careful about what seeds you allow to be planted within, because every seed grows into fruit. Chosen one. The battle for purity is fierce, because the enemy knows its power. A pure heart sees God clearly. A pure mind discerns his voice sharply. A pure soul carries his presence boldly. That is why the enemy sends distractions, temptations, and counterfeit pleasures. He wants to blur your vision, dull your discernment, and weaken your presence. But you are chosen to rise above, to live not by the standards of the world, but by the calling of eternity. Beloved, purity requires courage. It means saying no when everyone else says yes. It means standing apart when the crowd demands compromise. It means walking away from what seems attractive, but carries poison. Courageous purity is not weakness, it is strength. It is fire refined in the furnace of temptation. Gold purified in the heat of testing. Purity is also freedom. Sin enslaves us, but purity liberates. Compromise always costs more than it promises, leaving you empty and ashamed. But purity keeps your spirit light, your conscience clear, your soul at peace. When you walk in purity, you walk unburdened. You sleep without guilt. You rise without chains. You live without fear. Purity is not restriction, it is release. Chosen one. Purity is also contagious. When you live set apart, others notice. Your choices challenge them. Your light convicts them. Your courage inspires them. Purity creates ripples of influence that spread far beyond you, even when people mock you. Deep down, they respect the clarity you carry. Your stand plants seeds in their hearts that may one day blossom into surrender. Beloved, purity also requires surrender. You cannot manufacture it by sheer willpower. True purity flows from intimacy with God. The closer you draw to Him, the less appealing compromise becomes. The more you behold His holiness, the more you long to reflect it. Purity is not about suppressing desire, it is about transforming it. When your heart delights in Him, every lesser désir fade. Do not be discouraged by past failures. Purity is not lost forever by one stumble. His blood cleanses. His Spirit renews. His mercy restores. Each day is a new invitation to walk pure again. Shame says, "It is over." Grace says, "It is not too late." Your past does not disqualify you from purity. Your surrender today qualifies you for restoration. Chosen one. Understand this. Purity is not just personal. It is prophetic. A pure vessel becomes a channel for God's presence. When you speak, people feel heaven's weight. When you pray, chains break. When you worship, atmospheres shift. Purity amplifies power. It removes the static of sin so that His voice flows clearly through you. Beloved, purity is also preparation. Before Esther could step into the palace, she underwent a season of purification. Before priests could enter the temple, they had to cleanse themselves. Before revival flows, hearts must be refined. Purity prepares you for greater assignments, greater influence, greater glory. Without it, the weight of destiny would crush you. With it, you are able to carry glory with humility and integrity. Do not let the world deceive you. It says, purity is outdated, unnecessary, even laughable. But heaven calls it essential. Without holiness, no one will see the Lord. Without purity, intimacy with Him is blurred. Without clean hands and a pure heart, the mountain of His presence cannot be climbed. Purity is not optional, it is vital. Chosen one, your purity will cost you. You may lose opportunities, friendships, or relationships because of it. But what you lose cannot compare to what you gain. Purity brings peace, authority, intimacy, and eternal reward. The world's treasures fade, but the fruit of purity endures forever. Beloved, make this your prayer. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. This prayer is not weakness, it is wisdom. It acknowledges that purity is not self-made, but spirit-sustained. As you yield daily, He purifies daily. As you surrender consistently, He strengthens consistently. Chosen one, lift your head. Purity is not about shame, but about glory. It is not about what you cannot do, but about what you are called to carry. You are chosen to be a vessel of light, a dwelling place of His Spirit, a reflection of His holiness. And the world needs your purity. It needs the clarity, the authority, the fire it brings. So walk boldly, guard your heart fiercely, surrender daily. Live, set apart joyfully, for purity is not a burden, it is your crown. Chosen one, now it is time to speak of perseverance. Not the shallow endurance that merely waits for storms to pass, but the deep, spiritual perseverance that clings to God when everything else falls apart. Perseverance is the proof of faith. It is the anchor in chaos, the flame in darkness, the voice that whispers, "Still here," when the enemy thought you were finished. Perseverance is what separates those who fall away from those who rise again and again. You must understand, perseverance is not glamorous. It does not always look like victory songs or shining crowns. More often, it looks like tears on the floor, whispers in the night, trembling hands lifted in worship when your soul feels empty. It looks like choosing to pray again after silence, choosing to believe again after disappointment, choosing to rise again after falling. Perseverance is quiet, but it is powerful. As Jesus Himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 13, "But the one who stands firm to the end will be saved." These words reveal the weight of endurance. Salvation is not proven by a single moment of faith, but by a life that continues in it. To stand firm to the end is to declare with your life, "Nothing can separate me from His love." No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how heavy the cross, chosen one, perseverance is often misunderstood. People see your strength, but not your struggle. They applaud your endurance, but do not know the nights you almost gave up. They see your crown, but not your scars. Yet heaven says it all. Heaven records every step you take in faith, every tear you cry in surrender, every breath you release in trust. Perseverance is not wasted, it is treasured. Beloved, perseverance is forged in trial. You cannot learn it in comfort. It is formed when prayers seem unanswered, when doors seem closed, when God feels silent. These are not signs of abandonment. They are invitations to deeper trust. In those moments, perseverance teaches you that faith is not about feelings, but about foundation. It reminds you that God's silence is not absence, and His delay is not denial. Perseverance is also warfare. Every time you choose to keep going, you strike a blow against the enemy. He expected you to quit. He expected you to fold under pressure. He expected you to abandon your calling. Yet here you are, still standing, still believing, still chosen. Your perseverance frustrates hell because it proves that his attacks cannot erase your destiny. Chosen one. Remember the saints who came before you. Noah persevered through ridicule while building the ark. Abraham persevered through decades of waiting for a promised son. Joseph persevered through betrayal and imprisonment until his dreams were fulfilled. Job persevered through unimaginable loss, yet declared, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust him." Each one shows you that perseverance is not weakness but strength. It is not resignation but resilience. Beloved, do not despise your struggle to endure. Even your weakest moments matter. Perseverance is not about never wavering. It is about never quitting. You may stumble, you may falter, but you rise again. That rising, again and again, is what makes you unstoppable. The righteous may fall 7 times, but they rise again. That is perseverance. Perseverance also refines your character. Trials strip away pride, fear, and dependence on self. They produce humility, wisdom, and deeper intimacy with God. Perseverance teaches you patience, shapes your compassion, and strengthens your faith. Without trials, your faith would remain shallow. With them, your roots grow deep, able to withstand any storm. Chosen one. Perseverance is not only for you. Others are watching. They see your endurance and find strength for their own battles. They witness your faith and find courage to continue. Your perseverance becomes their inspiration. Your story becomes their roadmap. Your scars become their hope. What you endure is not wasted. It becomes legacy. Beloved, I know perseverance feels heavy. There are days you want to quit. Nights you want to escape. Seasons when hope feels thin, but you are not carrying it alone. The Spirit strengthens you. Jesus intercedes for you. Angels surround you. You may feel weak, but heaven's strength flows through you. Perseverance is not about what you carry, it is about who carries you. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. Do not measure your life by how quickly answers come or how smoothly paths unfold. Measure it by your faithfulness to endure. Eternity will not applaud your comfort, but it will crown your perseverance. The crown of life is promised to those who remain steadfast under trial. That crown is yours, waiting for the day when your endurance is complete. Beloved, the season you are in now may feel endless, but it will not last forever. Every storm passes. Every night gives way to morning. Every trial has an end. Perseverance does not deny pain. It simply refuses to let pain have the final word. Your perseverance declares, the story is not finished. The promise is not broken. The future is not lost. So walk forward. step by step, breath by breath. Do not despise the slowness of the journey. Every step matters. Even crawling counts as moving forward. Even whispers count as prayers. Even tears count as worship. Heaven measures perseverance not by speed, but by faithfulness. And you, chosen one, are proving yourself faithful. In the end, perseverance is love. Love that refuses to quit. Love that clings when everything else fails. Love that stands when strength is gone. Your perseverance is the echo of God's love in you. And it is the greatest proof that you are truly chosen. Chosen one. We have walked a long road together, through fire and through silence, through valleys and through mountaintops. And now, as we draw near to the final steps of this unfolding message, heaven presses one last truth into your spirit. You are unstoppable. This is not flattery, nor is it human optimism. It is the reality of one who has been chosen, refined, and anointed. You have endured storms meant to bury you. Yet here you are. You have carried weight meant to crush you. Yet you still rise. Every trial that should have ended your story has only revealed that your story is unshakable, because its author is eternal. Unstoppable does not mean you never faced obstacles. It means every obstacle failed to define you. It does not mean you never felt weary. It means weariness never had the final word. It does not mean you never stumbled. It means every stumble became another testimony of rising again. Being chosen does not shield you from hardship. It secures you through it. The evidence of your chosenness is not the absence of fire, but the fact that fire cannot consume you. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, verse 17, I will not die, but live, and will proclaim what the Lord has done. This verse is more than survival, it is prophecy. You are not only alive, you are living to proclaim. You are not only enduring, you are carrying testimony. Every breath you take is evidence that purpose still flows through you. Chosen one. Do you see the thread woven through your story? From the beginning, heaven marked you. That mark attracted warfare, misunderstanding, rejection, yet it also drew grace, favor, and protection. Your survival is not coincidence, it is covenant. You are still here because your assignment is not finished. You are unstoppable because the God who called you is unshakable. Beloved, instoppable means resilient. It means that when storms come, you bend but do not break. It means that when enemies rise, you may stumble but you never surrender. It means that when fear whispers, your faith roars louder. Resilience is not built in ease, but in endurance. Every night of tears, every season of silence, every valley of shadows has carved resilience into your soul. And now, that resilience shines as proof that you are unbreakable. Unstoppable also means fruitful. Your endurance is producing more than you can see. Every prayer planted has become a seed. Every act of obedience has watered the soil. Every sacrifice has prepared the harvest. You may not yet see the full fruit, but heaven does. And when the season shifts, you will reap abundantly from every hidden moment of faithfulness. The unstoppable one is not only resilient, but also overflowing with fruit that nourishes others. Chosen one. Being unstoppable does not mean you are never wounded. It means wounds heal into scars, and scars become testimonies. It does not mean you are never afraid. It means courage always rises above fear. It does not mean the path is always clear. It means you keep walking even when clarity seems far away. Unstoppable does not deny human weakness. It reveals divine strength flowing through it. Beloved, let your spirit rest in this. You are unstoppable because Christ lives in you. His victory is your inheritance. His resurrection is your assurance. His Spirit is your strength. No power of darkness can undo what He has already secured. No weapon formed against you can prosper, because the one who holds you is greater than all that opposes you. Chosen one. Imagine looking back one day from eternity, seeing every valley, every battle, every storm. You will realize that what felt unbearable at the time was shaping the unstoppable spirit you carry now. You will see that nothing was wasted, that every season contributed to the glory revealed, and you will know that your story was not defined by what tried to stop you, but by the fact that nothing succeeded. Unstoppable does not mean invincible, it means preserved. You have scars, yes, but they are proof of survival. You carry memories of pain, but they are also reminders of grace. You bear the weight of trials, but they testify to your endurance. Invincibility is fantasy, but unstoppable is reality, because it is rooted not in your strength, but in God's unshakable hand. Beloved, let this truth steady you. Unstoppable also means eternal. Death itself cannot erase your calling. The grave cannot silence your testimony. Eternity is secure for you, and what you build now will outlive you forever. Your prayers, your words, your faith, your endurance, they ripple beyond time. You are unstoppable because eternity flows through you. And so, chosen one, as this message draws to its final note, let hope rise in your heart. You have been reminded of your chosenness, your battles, your scars, your crowns. You have been awakened to your authority, your destiny, your legacy. And now, you are commissioned to walk forward, unstoppable. Do not retreat into silence. Do not shrink into fear. Do not surrender to despair. Rise with the assurance that you are chosen, sealed, and unshakable. This is the truth heaven has been pressing into you. You were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in. You were always called to stand out, to shine, to carry light into darkness. That calling has cost you, yes, but it has also crowned you. And the crown you carry is not fragile, it is eternal. So, walk with boldness, live with courage, stand with endurance, love with purity, fight with perseverance, shine with glory. For you, chosen one, are unstoppable. Chosen one. Pause here with me. Breathe deep, and let every word that has been spoken settle into your spirit like living fire. We have walked together through valleys and mountaintops, through warnings and promises, through scars and crowns. And now, at the closing of this journey, heaven does not want you to simply feel inspired. It wants you to be transformed. This word was never about fleeting emotion. It was about awakening. You must know by now, you were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in, never designed to live small, never created to fade into the background. The battles you endured were proof of the weight you carry. The tears you shed were seeds of future joy. The rejection you faced was protection from counterfeit paths. Every chapter has brought you here, to this moment of clarity, you are chosen. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. This is not just a verse for ancient days, it is a decree over your life right now. The time of hiding is over. The time of shrinking is over. The time of silence is over. You are called to rise. Beloved, hear me with your heart. This journey does not end here. It begins anew. The fire burning inside you cannot remain contained. Others need the light you carry, the strength you embody, the testimony you hold. Do not lock this word away. Let it flow. Share it with those who are weary. Pass it to those who are searching. Shine it before those who are stumbling. What has awakened? You can awaken many. And now, I ask you humbly, yet boldly, if this message has stirred your spirit, if it has reminded you of who you are, if it has strengthened your soul, then do not let it end in silence. Like this word, not for vanity, but to spread light wider. Share it not as promotion, but as prophetic declaration, so that other chosen ones may rise from their valleys. Comment your reflection below, not for noise, but as a testimony that you have heard and embraced truth. And if you have not yet subscribed, join this family of chosen ones, walking together in destiny. This is not about building numbers. It is about building a movement of light bearers who refuse to bow to darkness. Chosen one, this is your moment. Heaven has spoken. The Spirit has stirred. Your heart knows it. So let your life become the echo of this message. Walk with boldness. Speak with fire. Live with purity. Stand with endurance. Shine with unstoppable glory. And let the world know God's chosen ones are awake, alive, and rising. For you, beloved, are one of them.